Well, that's one way to start the stream, I guess. All right. Oh, volume's not even up. Wait, can I level up? No, I can't. Why is it saying I can? Cringe. So my plan for this playthrough is to just try to max out everything before I even do the first mission. I got like the best bow so far. I don't have the best sword yet. I have to get that at Bowerstone North, but I can't go there because that's a level-based area. So yeah. Well, for now I am just chilling, trying to gain some levels. I hate these fuckers so much. Bitch.
That was stupendous.
Do you have apples to sell?
I'm pleased to
Damn
serve
it.
you.
Wait.
Albion's full
Nah,
of quests,
whatever.
things to kill.
I think I need to get a better microphone or headset or something, because whenever I like play or watch my videos or whatever, I be hella quiet. It's kind of upsetting. I think I'm being loud because like I can't like hear myself like through the headphones, but I can hear myself through the headphones, if that makes sense. Like I can't hear myself through the PC, coming through the PC, but yeah, so I always thought I was being quite loud, but nah. And even the recording software, like it'll hit red whenever I talk, but then for some reason when I upload a video and like kind of like look at it or whatever, then it's like, yeah, no, you can barely fucking hear me. Which is really weird, but yeah, I don't know. Got him. Why isn't it doing the fucking... the lightning should be hitting multiple targets. I have it like leveled up. There we go. Oh. You fucker. Oh shit. Don't touch me. Fuck off. Thank you. Come again. Move.
Well, fair play to you, Avatar. There he is, Avatar of the...
Oh shit. Okay.
There is an important quest card in the guild for...
Okay. I don't know why I actually haven't gone in here yet. Weird. Asshole. Asshole. God, I want to play Fable 2 so badly. I need to get that game. Holy fuck. Hello. Goodbye. Fuck. Goodbye. Ow. I'm just a silly little boy living a silly little life. What's up, motherfuckers? I think I have 5 keys. I hope I have 5 keys. I should have 5 keys. Nice. What do I get? Alright, I'll take it. Fuck yeah. Shit. Inventory me. Weapon. No, items. Yes. Ha ha. See this bad boy grow. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Ow. Okay. Alright, I see it. I see it. I see the vision. God, these fuckers are annoying. Bitch. It's kind of fucked up to think that I'm killing children right now. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go look up the lore to the Hobbs in Fable. It's kind of sad. I need to watch a lot more lore videos when it comes to Fable. Ow, you fuck. Actually, I might do that while playing the game. Hold up, wait a minute, let me cook real quick. I hope I don't have anything weird or bad up. Alright, I'm gonna do that. Alright. Giggle. Fable, the lore of the Hobbs. Fable lore.
Come back and shop Dollar General's biggest event of the year.
I'll come on your back way. Alright, I hope it's not too
behind
loud.
Hobbs. Found in cave-like structures and marsh areas around Albion, creatures known as Hobbs can be found. According to legend, The very first hobs
Oh,
in
what?
existence were created by dark nymphs.
Dark
The dark
pimps.
nymphs found lost children and stole their souls. And before the lore behind hobs. Found in cave-like structures and marsh areas around Albion, creatures known as hobs can be found. According to legend, the very first hobs in existence were created by dark nymphs. The dark nymphs
Also, just real quick, if you're interested in lore, this is the dude's channel, Sky Ryan. Sky Ryan? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that's called. But yeah, go check his shit out.
found lost children and stole their souls. They are then said to have had their genetics entwined with the mud and slime of the deep country. The hobs must have then discovered a way of reproduction due to the number of hobs created after this initial creation, as there isn't a known pandemic of missing children around Albion. With limited social and cognitive abilities, hobs make their homes in cave systems, normally leaving their homes to attack humans. Although dim-witted creatures, they do have a form of culture, and over the years have developed the ability of salvaging, lockpicking, construction, adoption, and even religion, although it is unknown who or what they worship. To protect their own, kidnap children, and attack humans, hobs have learned how to fight through the years, learning how to wield weapons, will energy, and later, guns. On rare occasions, hobs have been known to show further levels of intelligence. One example being a hob named Maxley, who longed to live with humans, and so he killed a rich trader, stole his clothes, and went to Bowstone. The humans mistook him for a short human. While admiring Maxley's gown, Maxley attempted to say hello. The humans heard the hobbish grunt and alerted the guards, who killed him and placed his head on a spike. Known as only dim-witted, cowardly creatures around Albion, it's sad to know that these simply originated from scared children trying to find their way home.
That's sad.
Hey guys, this was the first episode in a smaller lore series. This has replaced the fact episodes. What did you think? What would you like me to cover next? I'm going to try and limit these to the Fable, Half-Life and Bioshock universes at the moment. As always, like and subscribe if you like this. Now, enjoy your day. Bye. The lore behind demon doors. All around Albion, magical guardians known as demon doors can be found. Their main intention? To protect their treasures hidden inside. The creation of these doors go way back to the Old Kingdom. In legend, it is rumoured that each of these doors were once human, cursed with protecting their master's treasure. In other legend, they are simply magically created beings that have developed their own unique personalities, becoming more intelligent over the years. As legend goes, it may even somehow be a combination of the two. These long-lived oddities have stories that they have picked up over the years. The Bowstone Cemetery door claims to have been a man longing to eat meat. The Wraith Marsh door claims to have been a musician. And the Fairfax door claims to have been made by the first Archon, William Black, himself. To open a door, it has requirements that the person must adhere to. Examples found range from small feats, like turning on a lamp in front of the door, to harder feats, such as becoming the ruler of Albion. Opening a door reveals a portal to another realm. These magically created realms hold the treasures protected by their guardian. These show variations of other worlds. These range from a desolate abbey to other planets. Notably, the Oakfield Demon Door was where the hero of Oakvale spent his last days in the Homestead realm. A charming house surrounded by stunning scenery, which the hero of Bowerstone can later access. After being opened, the personalities of the doors disappear. An exception to this is the Primal Demon Door in Lookout Point, which reseals itself after the hero of Oakvale exits it. The door in Barrowfields was also once opened by the hero of Oakvale, although 500 years later it has been resealed by a different personality. So where do these guardians go after being opened? Inside the Mistpeak Valley Demon Door holds a sort of heaven for all of the personalities that have been freed from the duty of guarding the treasure once held by their masters. Hey guys, thanks for watching this lore episode on Demon Doors. What did you think? What would you like me to cover next? As always, like and subscribe if you found this interesting. I would like to say a huge thank you to Candlejack101 and X1Man Legacy. They helped me mod the game to capture the shots you've seen. They also have some great Fable content on their channels, linked below. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
With Metroflex, I get a free 5G phone when I join.
And I can get the same great deals as new customers when I stay.
At US Bank, when we say we're in it with you, we mean it. Not just for the good stuff, but for all the hard work it took to get there. We are in for all of it. Because there's nothing as powerful as the power.
The lore behind Oakvale. On the southern coast of Albion, there was once an idyllic farming village called Oakvale. During its early period, the town had a general shop, only 4 houses, a weapon shop, and a tavern. These surrounded the iconic Oakvale tree in the centre of the village. Just outside of the gates were Barrowfields, a small trading outpost, which led to the marshes of Darkwood. The village was very secluded, keeping its gates shut. It also did not have a colours gate, which suggests that they didn't have a relationship with the Heroes Guild. Oakvale is well known for being the place that the arena champion, Scarlet Robe, settled down and had children. Teresa, and a boy that would become known as the hero of Oakvale. For years, this was a peaceful village, unchanged by time, untouched by the sword. This was until an event that put Oakvale into the history books, the Oakvale Massacre. On Teresa's birthday, bandits from a nearby camp raided the village under the orders of Jack of Blades, searching for a way to obtain the Sword of Aeons. The young hero of Oakvale escaped, but the majority of the villagers were murdered and the village was burned to the ground. With the village in ruins, villagers from the neighbouring countryside came to help rebuild the once peaceful village. This took nearly 10 years, and with this rebuild, the village was expanded far beyond what it once was. And it thrived once again. For years, the village continued to grow, and with this, attitudes and opinions about Albion began to change. After the death of Jack of Blades, the people of Albion had begun to notice that the guild had become selfish, lazy, and had put the common man as second to the hero. Oakvale was instrumental in the fall of the Heroes Guild. The Oakvale Anti-Hero Committee was founded, and with this, combined with the discovery of firearms, the Heroes Guild ended up being burned to the ground, which ended the Age of Heroes, beginning the Age of Enlightenment. 300 years after the Age of Heroes had ended, a boy named Reaver was born in Oakvale. Obsessed with his own vanity, he made a deal with the mysterious Shadow Court for eternal youth. Unknown to him, the payment for this was the lives of everyone in the Oakvale region. This included his family. This is the second and final time that Oakvale is massacred. Over the next 200 years, with Oakvale vacant, the nearby Darkwood marshes engulf Barrowfields and Oakvale. Creatures such as banshees, balverines, hollow men and trolls make this place their home, and the region becomes known as Wraith Marsh, now one of the most dangerous locations in Albion. Once a small farming village, famed for its chicken kicking competitions, the small idyllic village is now a dangerous marsh, haunted by the memory of what it once was. Hey guys, thanks for watching this lore episode on the village of Oakvale. What did you think? What would you like me to cover next? As always, like and subscribe if you found this interesting. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
Become the master of the air, the thunder of the seas, or a tank fury in the epic multiplayer action game War Thunder. It's a whole world of military vehicles where every ground, air, or naval vehicle is historically accurate model, created with love and attention to detail. Feel the military might and adrenaline rush with every
The lore behind balverines. While traversing around the wooded areas of Albion, one of the most dangerous creatures that an adventurer can come across is the balverine. These creatures share certain similarities with werewolves, with their fur, extremely long and sharp teeth, piercing yellow eyes, and their vulnerability to silver. Their legs allow them to jump and leap extremely far, and their claws allow them to rip their victims to pieces. Truly a horrible creature to come across alone, or without weaponry. These creatures originate way back to ancient Albion, when gods and demons were still the primary force, and terrifying creatures roamed the lands. One of the creatures was the Balvorn. Although it has never been stated how this creature looked, we can only assume that they would put fear into anyone that came across them. As legend goes, when humans appeared, the Balvorn would feast on thousands of them at a time. One version of the legend states that a human survived one of these attacks, but he was bitten by the Balvorn, becoming cursed, later transforming into the first Balverine. Another version states that a man slew the creature, but before it died, the creature cursed the man. When the man died, strange flowers surrounded his grave, passing the Balverine curse on to travellers passing by. The citizens of Albion are terrified of these creatures, and for good reason. Not only are they savage, but their bite has the ability to pass on the curse if the victim survives the attack, just like the Balvorn all of those years ago. A human bitten by a Balverine becomes cursed with becoming another Balverine, although, if a human is bitten by a Balverine during a full moon, they become something more, a white Balverine. These are extremely similar to the standard Balverine, although they are stronger, faster, and have a white fur coat instead of the brown and black of the standard. Their howl also alerts all standard Balverines in the area. Because of their terrifying qualities, the Balverines were captured and used in the arena and later the Crucible for gladiatorial purposes due to their naturally aggressive nature, which makes them perfect opponents for the heroes in the battlefield. Throughout the years, Balverines multiplied in numbers and expanded to different areas. Travelling to the northern wastes, frost Balverines can be found that have adapted to the cold environment. These are also noted to be slightly more powerful than the standard Balverine. 500 years later, white Balverines had evolved to the point where they could still retain their humanity and transform at will. The hero of Bowerstone encounters one of these by the name of Lilith, who requests the hero's help. She tricks the hero into the Howling Halls, which contains a nest of standard Balverines, in which the hero wipes out. After the hero takes the throne of Albion, the population of Balverine was said to have been driven east into the forest of Sutcliffe. In this forest, there is said to be a large temple which is the headquarters for the rumoured Balverine Order, a collection of highly sophisticated Balverines with the aim of overthrowing humanity by turning humans into Balverines. Another example of their intelligence is noted when the hero of Brightwall is asked for help by a man named Connor, who is kicked out of his village, Silverpines. The village itself is under constant threat from Balverines. Connor himself is a white Balverine and needs the silver nitrate torches to be destroyed so that the Balverines can enter the village and attack. This shows how they have evolved from savage beasts to intelligent and manipulative creatures. Born from a side effect of coming across a magnificent beast, the Balverine race is seemingly going to stay in Albion for the foreseeable future. Hey guys, thanks for watching this lore episode on Balverines. What did you think? What would you like me to cover next? As always, like and subscribe if you found this interesting. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
Hey friends, who wants to say with me?
Are you an influencer now?
Yeah, pretty much.
The only bag that folds over and stays open.
Damn
Ziploc.
ads.
Unlock life.
The lore behind Whisper. On the South Islands,
I don't know what
outside of
happens to
Albion,
her after the
Whisper
arena.
and her older brother, Thunder, left on a ship for Albion. During their journey, they hit a storm and came upon a kraken nest. The kraken attacked the ship and devoured it. Whisper and Thunder, however, have hero blood, and Thunder uses his abilities to rain down thunder from the heavens to slay the kraken, saving his and Whisper's life. He then takes her in his arms and swims to the coast of Albion. Arriving in Albion, they were taken in by the Heroes Guild that recognised that they had abilities. Here, Whisper is raised. Whisper became a favourite of the Guildmaster, Weaver, and he boasts about how she is the brightest young pupil that they have in the guild to newcomers. When the hero of Oakvale joins the guild after his village is burned to the ground, he trains with Whisper, and throughout the years they develop a strong and friendly rivalry. Although exceeding expectations of the Guildmaster, she is constantly in the shadow of her older brother's successes in Albion, which gives her the drive to perform better and become stronger. Through her training, she becomes comfortable with melee weapons, becoming talented with staves, combined with magic, preferably the Assassin Rush spell. She also became incredibly athletic, and used her abilities to jump incredible heights to confuse her foes in combat. She later added explosive devices to her combat style. After graduating from the Heroes Guild, Whisper grows a reputation through her deeds around Albion. This allows her to compete in the Witchwood Arena, where her brother had found fame years before. Whisper fights alongside her friendly rival, the hero of Oakvale. After successfully fighting side by side and beating the arena, Jack of Blades interferes and calls upon them to fight each other to the death. The hero of Oakvale is said to have let her live, as they had a soft spot for each other. They later meet in the Oakvale Tavern, where she acknowledges his superiority as a hero, and she tells him that he has been a good friend over the years. After this, Whisper returns to the South Isles. On her way back, her ship is attacked by pirates, in which she kills them all. Whisper later spends her life defending her people, and is finally praised as a true hero. Hundreds of years later, Whisper is a legend, and her story is told to children. Hello guys, thanks for watching this lore episode on Whisper, one of the most underrated characters in the Fable universe. What did you think? What would you like me to cover next? As always, like and subscribe if you found this interesting. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
Metro presents a tale of two wireless customers.
I've been a loyal customer since today.
Forever.
Which means I get all the deals.
Absolutely no deals.
It's like they
The lore behind Lady Grey.
Boo.
On the border of Barrowfields and Darkwood, in the Grey House, Amanda and her younger sister Elvira grew up. When Amanda was of the right age, she would inherit the role of the Mayor of Bowerstone, as she was the older sibling. One day, Jack of Blades approached Elvira, and they both agreed that Amanda was a weak, kind-hearted, romantic fool, and she didn't have what it took to lead a whole city. Elvira decided that it should be herself that became mayor. The only issue was that Amanda was the older sibling, and it was her right to become mayor. And so Jack convinced Elvira to murder her sister, which would result in her getting her wish. To do this, Elvira took Amanda into the basement of the Grey House, locking her inside. Trapped inside, Amanda prayed that her boyfriend, Roderick, would come and save her. But as time went on, the cellar began to run out of oxygen. She wrote a letter stating all of Elvira's evil deeds, and she later suffocated, closing her eyes, and imagined that she was dying in the arms of her boyfriend that never came.
That's sad.
Now, the last living member of the Grey family, Elvira became Lady Grey, the villainous mayor of Bowerstone. She abandoned Grey House, leaving it to overgrow, and it became infested with undead souls that haunted the house. As mayor, Lady Grey committed many evil deeds. She began seducing and manipulating men for her needs, one of them being the famous arena champion Thunder. She also sold half of the school's library, so that she could commission a manor to live in. Years later, the hero of Oakvale discovers Amanda's remains in the basement of Grey House, where Amanda's ghost tells him how she died, and requests that he tell the world her story. Lady Grey later leaves Bowerstone for good, and is convicted of being a witch. She is subsequently murdered by an angry mob, dismembered, and all of her body parts are scattered around Albion. Hundreds of years later, her body parts are collected, and she is reanimated by a gravekeeper who has an obsession for her. He casts a spell that would make her fall in love with the first person she sees. Unfortunately for him, this happens to be the hero of Bowerstone. Although the resurrection brought her back from the dead, it also removed her manipulative and power-hungry edge, leaving her a shell of who she once was. Trapped in a spell, not aware of her own decisions. Hi guys, thanks for watching this lore episode on Lady Grey.
God, I want to play Fable.
What did you
so
think?
badly.
What would you like me to cover next? As always, like and subscribe if you liked this video. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
At US Bank, when we say we're in it with you, we mean it. Not just for the good stuff.
The lore behind Maze.
Boo.
On the northern shores of Hutt Coast, a child was born and his parents called him Maze. As a child, Maze and his parents were attacked by Balverines. His parents died in the attack. Luckily, Maze was saved from the same fate by 3 people: Jack of Blades and 2 heroes from the Heroes Guild. Jack later killed the 2 heroes. Jack saving Maze from certain death resulted in Maze becoming forever indebted to him. Throughout the years, Maze became extremely proficient in the ways of Will, and worked his way through the ranks of the Heroes Guild, later becoming the leader of the guild, outranking the Guildmaster. While he had a great life in the guild, where he studied the Old Kingdom, mastering its ancient powers, He kept a dark secret to himself, that he served the evil Jack of Blades. While serving Jack, Maze knew that one day his usefulness would run out, and Jack would have him killed. And so, afraid, he looked for a way to escape his servitude. He searched for an ancient sword, Avos Tyr, which he planned to use to kill Jack, but he was deemed unworthy to wield it. On the orders of Jack, Maze was forced to lead a bandit raid on the small village of Oakvale. His orders to find the descendants of the first Archon so that they could lead him to the Sword of Aeons. During the attack, Maze came across a young boy and sensed greatness within him and saved him from death, just as Jack had done years before with himself. Maze took the boy to the Heroes Guild so that he would be trained to become a hero. He believed that by training the boy to become the greatest of all heroes, this child would destroy Jack of Blades and free Maze from his enslavement. After the boy left the guild, Maze lost all hope that he would be free after the hero is locked up at Bargate Prison. Under the orders of Jack, he captures the hero's sister, Teresa, and later goes to Hut Coast to perform a complicated ritual, using her bloodline to gain access to the Septim or Key for Jack to use to get access to the Sword of Aeons. After the hero escapes Bargate Prison, Maze and the hero are reunited at Hut Coast while he performs the ritual. Maze is surprised to see him alive, and Teresa explains Maze's secret. Maze and the hero fight, resulting in the hero winning, surprising Maze with how powerful this boy had become. Close to death, Maze apologizes for his actions and explains Jack's plan. Maze dies in peace, knowing that the hero is powerful enough to kill Jack, the source of all of the bad in his life. Hey guys, thank you for watching this lore episode on Maze. What did you think? What would you like me to cover next? As always, like and subscribe if you found this interesting. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
Gator Light, rapid rehydration with a specialized blend of 5 electrolytes.
Climate change. It's easy to...
The lore behind the Heroes Guild. After the destruction of the Old Kingdom, the remaining population of Albion fell into isolation, resulting in people fighting for fresh water and food. Mercenaries, on the other hand, lived fairly happily, using this fear and paranoia to get what they wanted. Close to extinction, in this dire circumstance, Scythe took this opportunity to unite Albion once again. Scythe took an interest in a bandit called Nostro and trained him to become a leader of men. Together, they gathered men and women throughout Albion and trained them to be heroes, forming a guild of heroes to help those around Albion, with Nostro as its first guildmaster. The people of Albion felt safe again, and it became a better place, while Scythe chose the guild to hide his sword, the Sword of Aeons. After some time, Nostro was manipulated by a power-hungry courtesan called Magdalena, which slowly changed his views. Under Nostro's leadership, the guild turned into a house of mercenaries, driven only by profit and fame, resulting in Scythe disappearing, disgusted with what the guild had become. Years later, an assassin slipped poison into Nostro's food, and he died, now apologetic for what he had let the guild become. After his death, the guild continued to grow, still following the appalling guidelines that Nostro had put in place. As new members joined the guild, a small cluster of them decided that it was time to change the way that the guild worked. A young man called Weaver and his friend, Maze, led a group of heroes and rebelled against the guild regime. Many heroes died in this rebellion, but this became a major turning point for the guild. Scythe appeared and announced Weaver as the new guildmaster. Now, the heroes of the guild were able to only pick quests of high moral standard, although they could align themselves with whichever they wished, good or evil. Now the guild had a state of balance, where the people of Albion could offer quests and heroes could pick them up. The guild's reputation now at an all-time high. As the years went on, the guild continued to grow and thrive, keeping Albion in balance and in relative peace. The return of Jack of Blades resulted in more evil appearing in the world, resulting in more quests becoming available for the heroes. The guild is later attacked by Jack in his attempt to retrieve the Sword of Aeons, where many heroes die. One of the guild's most prominent heroes, the hero of Oakvale, defeats Jack in the Chamber of Fate, and a whole year later, he defeats Jack again once and for all. The hero of Oakvale is announced as the guildmaster, and the guild grows once more and many years pass. With Jack gone and no true evil to vanquish, the heroes become complacent and arrogant, believing that they are above the law. The people of Albion become tired of the way that the heroes now behave and treat non-heroes. They believed that as the true evil had been vanquished, they no longer required the Heroes Guild. The village of Oakvale creates the Anti-Hero League of Oakvale, and this movement spreads. Villagers from Oakvale, Bowerstone and other surrounding towns attack the Heroes Guild, now armed with the newly invented guns. Defenceless against these contraptions, the guild burns to the ground. Some lucky heroes flee into the woods, where they live in secret, while the unlucky ones are forced to fight in the Witchwood Arena to the death. Through time, the remains of the guild sink into the ground, where the land of Albion builds on top of it. Once a thriving guild, holding together the whole of Albion, now reduced to an ancient cave, where some explorers come to find out about Albion's history. Hey guys, thank you for watching this lore episode on the Heroes Guild. This may actually be one of my favourite episodes I have done. What did you think? What would you like me to cover next? I'm thinking Reaver. As always, like and subscribe if you found this interesting. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
Don't tell me what to do.
Thank you. Thank you for trusting us with your secret recipes and shared.
The lore behind Reaver.
Boo.
Born in the small farming village of Oakvale, Reaver always knew that he was different. He was a hero, but his village of Oakvale had been instrumental in the death of heroes and the destruction of the Heroes Guild 200 years before. He lived in the village with his family and lover. Obsessed with his own vanity, he made a deal with the Shadow Court for eternal youth, unaware that making this deal would result in the fall of Oakvale and cause the death of everyone that he ever knew and loved. For years, he would have nightmares of what he saw happen to his village. This event changed him, making him view the world differently. To maintain his youth, Reaver would send someone once a year to the Shadow Judges of the Shadow Court. This ritual would take their youth and allow Reaver to keep his. As a hero, Reaver possessed the ability of skill, making him extremely dangerous with a gun, and over the years, he becomes known around Albion for his debauchery and sexual impropriety. Throughout his adventures, he acquired 5 of the 6 made Dragon Stomper 48 guns, 4 of which he had killed the previous owners.
Nice.
He also became a pirate, where he conquered the seas using his powers of skill and his ship, the Reaver. named after himself. One of his voyages ended with him killing the infamous Pirate King, Captain Dread, and his crew, keeping only one alive, Smiling Jack, to tell the story.
Yay.
With the Pirate King dead,
Hooray.
Reaver took this title for himself. After many adventures, 200 years after his deal with the Shadow Court, the Pirate King became more impatient and vain, noted in one example where he shot and killed Barnum, an entrepreneur in Albion, simply because a picture that he took of Reaver would take 3 months to develop. Now residing in Bloodstone, Reaver meets the hero of Bowerstone, who requests his help as the hero of skill to defeat Lord Lucian Fairfax. Unknown to the hero of Bowerstone, Lucian had placed a bounty on him. Reaver uses this opportunity to trick the hero into going to the Shadow Court as the offering for that year, and when weakened after the exchange, he planned to deliver him to Lucian and collect the bounty. All of Reaver's actions, of course, motivated by self-preservation and personal gain. Lucian foils this plan and decides to try and take both heroes by force by invading Bloodstone with his shards. In a partnership of convenience, Reaver helps the hero of Bowerstone escape through the tunnels of his manor. Aware that Lucian won't leave him alone, he teams up with the other heroes, Garth, the hero of will, and Hammer, the hero of strength, where they attempt to destroy Lucian, but are ambushed and taken to the spire. They are later rescued by the hero of Bowerstone, and Lucian is defeated, allowing Reaver to continue his selfish ways. After the death of Lucian, Reaver moved to Samarkand, where he later attempted to kill Garth, in which his attempt failed. Moving back to Albion years later, Reaver settles into a new manor in Millfields, where he hosts extravagant parties with the elite and powerful. With the rise of the industrial age and the loose laws regarding employee treatment, Reaver takes control of Faraday Industries after Ernest Faraday is arrested by King Logan. He changes the name to Reaver Industries, introduces child labour, reduces wages by 100%, and increases working hours. This results in him becoming a very rich man, becoming a titan in industry, and a very powerful ally to the king. Now running the majority of Bowerstone Industrial, he executes workers in public, truly showing his evil and narcissistic personality to all. During the revolution, Reaver puts his own needs first and sides with the new ruler, using the upcoming battle for Albion as a way to push his agenda to try and convince the new ruler to turn the orphanage into a house of ill repute and draining Bower Lake to get access to the mines beneath it, sugarcoating these as a way to help Albion, when, in reality, these actions would simply make him richer. Reaver leaves Bowerstone just before the battle for Albion to attend his annual sacrifice. Whether he comes back after the battle is unknown, and whether he still makes his annual sacrifice is unknown. Knowing his ability for self-preservation, he's probably still out there somewhere.
Damn.
Hey guys, thank you for watching this lore episode on Reaver. I had a lot of fun making this one, and I know you guys have been asking for it for a while. What did you think? What would you like me to cover next? As always, like and subscribe if you found this interesting. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
Oh, that's fucking
here comes
gross.
the bread guy.
Come on. If you save nearly $750 like this, imagine what we could get.
Oh, like blackberries, cranberries.
Exactly.
Halle Berry. I'm just kidding, but I love her.
Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds.
The lore behind Nuttall Glade. Off of the western coast of Albion's mainland lies an island, the island of Witchwood. Its most noticeable community is the small village of Nuttall Glade. Surrounded by a deep forest, the village is said to have been founded by the woodcutters of old. Outside of its tall wooden walls, inside the forests, and surrounding peaks lurk the Balverine. In ancient times, the warriors of the village were known to be great Balverine hunters. They had to undergo an initiation ceremony which required them to kill a Balverine with their bare hands. Upon achieving this great feat, the warriors would then be able to wear a tattoo of a howling Balverine to show their strength to all. During the Age of Heroes, Scarlet Robe was born in the village. Unknown to others, a descendant in the Archon's bloodline. At the age of 15, she surprised and gained respect from the elder warriors by killing a fearsome Balverine with a piece of wood. She also became the first female champion of the arena, and later would go on to give birth to Teresa and the hero of Oakvale. Led by a chieftain, the village would be one of the few villages in Albion that allowed weapons to be out in public without legal ramifications, due to the constant danger of surprise Balverine and bandit attacks. Full of culture and history, the village, although not as safe as other villages, ran just like a normal village, with a tavern, weapon shop, and the tattoo shop in which warriors could acquire the Howling Balverine tattoo. It even had a shooting range, a unique element for a town in that time. Surrounded by many trees, the village's most profitable commodity was the surrounding wood and high quality axes which they sold to areas all over Albion. Outside of its gates, a demon door which required the person to shoot it in the face with an arrow. Due to the constant Balverine attacks and tired of the awful weather, the tribe elders spoke of an island that allowed its inhabitants to control the weather. The Knothole tribe decided to leave Witchwood Island and sail for this new island. After months, they eventually found it. Arriving at the island, the tribe found it frozen over. They discovered that the island had weather totems created by a civilization thousands of years ago, and to access these totems, the user had to complete trials in these shrines situated around the island. Sending their strongest warriors, they collected the sun totem and later collected the storm and ice totems. Now in full control of the weather, they built a village. Over the first year, with no immediate danger, and the tribe being able to change the weather at will, the warriors became soft and lazy. The elders noticed this, and decided to put the totems back into the shrines, and that each year, the warriors of the village would complete the trials and recover the totems as a way to keep their warriors sharp, and a way to earn the power to change the weather. As the years passed, the warriors found it more and more difficult to complete the trials and collect the totems, until one year, they were unable to complete them, now stuck in a never-ending winter.
Nice.
This was until the hero of Bowerstone discovered the island and helped them, successfully completing the trials, just as their ancestors had done many years before. Once a small village of woodcutters and Balverine hunters stuck in terrible weather, the villagers of Knothole Island can now relax, without the constant threat of Balverines. Hey guys, thank you for watching this lore episode on Knothole Island. This was a great one to make. What would you like me to cover next? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Also, join our Discord server, the link's below. Now, enjoy your day. Bye. The lore behind the Spire. In the time of the Old Kingdom, where the civilization was at its highest peak and full of corruption, the reigning Archon demanded that an immense tower be built to focus solely on will energy. With the tower complete, The spire granted the user the ability to grant a single, limitless wish. Although, this amount of will energy created a rift between Albion and the Void. In history, there are two versions of what caused the destruction of the spire, and with it, the Old Kingdom. The first, that the Archon used the spire and made a wish. After this, the sky filled with a bright light, and the Old Kingdom was destroyed by a large explosion, throwing Albion into the Dark Ages. Many believe that this was the first wish, to end a corrupt kingdom and start a pure one. The second story is that the corruption, an entity from the Void, used the rift to send the crawler from the Void into Albion, where the three most powerful heroes used their will to lock it away in the Shadelight dungeon in Aurora. Their combined will energy resulted in a great explosion, destroying the spire and the Old Kingdom around it. The remains of the spire fall into the ocean and remain there for a countless of hundreds of years. Now, in the Age of Enlightenment, after the fall of the heroes, a grieving father and husband, Lucian Fairfax, begins research on the Old Kingdom in order to find a way to bring back his family. During his research, he learns about the spire, and with the help from Garth, an Old Kingdom scholar, they find the tattered remains of the spire under the ocean. He enlists hundreds of men and begins to rebuild it, committed to rebuilding it in his lifetime. Lucian soon pushes the builders to great lengths and later resorts to kidnapping villagers, using them as slaves to build the spire, while hiring champions from the Crucible to keep them in line. With the spire allowing a collection of will energy, he gains the power of foresight. Unaware of Lucian's growing madness and actions, Garth discovers that the spire cannot operate without three heroes: the hero of strength, the hero of skill, and the hero of will. With his foresight, Lucian sees that there is a fourth hero that has the combined strength of the three heroes. This hero would stop his plans. Lucian discovers siblings in Bowerstone, believing that one of them may be a hero that he is looking for. Bringing them to his castle, he discovers that one of them is actually the fourth hero and shoots them both. As the spire is constructed, accidents and death become common occurrences, making Lucian numb to the well-being of his people. He begins to experiment with putting shards of the spire into his subjects, resulting in the creation of the spire's commandant, his own species that would enforce his will and increase the work of the slaves. Disgusted by this, Garth returns to Brightwood Tower before Lucian can imprison him. After 20 years of searching for the heroes, and the spire now complete, Lucian finally captures his heroes and brings them to the spire. Before he can make his wish, the fourth hero who had survived the shooting and had been guided by Teresa uses an Old Kingdom artifact, the music box, to strip Lucian of his powers, leaving him a vulnerable old man. Lucian dies and a wish is made by the hero of Bowerstone. After this, Teresa takes control of the spire and uses it to look at all possible futures. With the recreation of the spire, the rift to the Void reopens and reawakens the crawler, which the hero of Brightwall later battles. Some years later, the spire continues to act as a focal point for corruption and eventually forces Teresa out. With the help of a dweller called Gabriel, Teresa is able to make a wish, banishing the darkness to the Void once again. This third and final wish seemingly results in the death of Teresa and shatters the spire. With Teresa gone, Gabriel becomes the new seer of the spire. Hey guys, thank you for watching this lore episode on the spire. This was an interesting one filled with little nuggets of information that I didn't know. If you like this, please like, share and subscribe, it does help a lot. Also join our Discord server, link below. Now, enjoy your day. by.
Thin, crispy, delicious. Tostitos. Get to the good stuff.
No.
The lore behind the Northern Wastes. In the most northwestern area of Albion, past the icy seas, there lies the Northern Wastes. During the time of the Old Kingdom, this desolate, frozen land was home to multiple thriving cities. Its warriors, the strongest in the land due to training in such harsh conditions. In its cities, vast libraries of arcane knowledge. Cullis Gates allowed instant access to this region from other areas around Albion. After the destruction of the Old Kingdom, this region fell into isolation, and the land soon became the target of a constant stream of attacks. The great warriors fought them off, but many died fighting the sea invaders. These once great cities soon fell, buried deep beneath the ice, leaving only Snowspire Village. After the Cullis Gates were silenced, the people of the north were cut off completely from the rest of Albion. One of these towns had a tragic ending outside of the attacks. Necropolis, the City of the Dead. Its original name, lost through time, was once a lively town full of life. That was until one of the residents made a deal with a sinister power beyond this world. The resident made a deal for wealth and power in exchange for the fate of his city. He received these the very next day, but before he could enjoy them, the forces took the city and the man within it before he could leave with his riches. This annihilation happened so quickly that even many years later, the citizens of the city are confused, unaware that they are long dead, simply roaming the streets and ruins of what was once a great town. Plagued by frost balverines and frost trolls, the Lost Bay was once a busy port in the Old Kingdom, allowing visitors to explore the snowy lands. Its foothills allowed them to make their way to the many bustling cities. Now, the foothills causing the death of many that attempt to explore the area. The last known remaining settlement of Snowspire Village was once a thriving city, but due to constant attacks, it became smaller and smaller until it became a mere village. Its main feature, the Oracle, a magical artifact ordered for creation by the Third Archon to prepare for the future and keep records of the past and present. Being extremely powerful in the wrong hands, it was decided that the glyphs of the Oracle were to be buried in Necropolis for safety, while guards outside of the city stopped anyone from entering for their safety. The people of Snowspire fear Necropolis due to the horrible events that happen there. They also fear the Bronze Gate, a giant gate close to the Archon Shrine, believing that mythical demons live beyond it. Furthermore, they believe that opening the gate would bring on the end of the world. The gate is rumoured to have been locked using a ritual with the Archon Shrine during the time of the Old Kingdom to keep the demons inside. Many years later, during the Age of Heroes, Scythe travels to these frozen lands in an attempt to unite Albion. Here, he learned that Jack of Blades had returned, and so he stayed there to await reinforcements for an upcoming battle. A hero that would prove powerful enough to defeat Jack. Destroying his guild seal, he waited. The hero of Oakvale visits the Northern Wastes during his journey, and with the help of Scythe and other heroes, he reactivates the Oracle and completes the Archon Shrine's ritual to open the Bronze Gate. Inside, he fights Jack of Blades' final form of a dragon. After the defeat of this great evil, It is said that other dragons could be heard flying and breathing fire past the lava and mountains in the distance. Over 500 years later, it is said that this once hostile region has grown with towns and villages, although it is unknown if it decided to join the rest of Albion when it united. What can be said is that this region truly has fought to survive after multiple devastating events. Hey guys, thank you so much for watching this lore episode on the Northern Wastes. Thanks to the guys that suggested this one. What would you like me to cover next? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Also, join our Discord server, there's a link below. Now, enjoy your day. Bye. The lore behind Avo and Skorm. After the destruction of the Old Kingdom, Albion fell into the Dark Ages. With this, the world became a dangerous place. 400 years before the hero of Oakvale was born, a trader discovered two sites where will energy was exceptionally strong. One site, on the island of Witchwood, seemed to have the ability to heal those that visited the area, while the other site, in the forests of Darkwood, inflicted pain and created thoughts of bloodlust to those around. The trader saw the gold opportunities of these two sites, and created opposing churches, and with it, two deities, Avo and Skorm. On Witchwood Island, he created the Temple of Avo, in which Avo was a good deity, and donating gold inside of his temple resulted in healing and positivity. While in the forests of Darkwood, he created the Chapel of Skorm. Here, people would commit evil deeds to please their god. After the trader that had created these sites died, the followers of these churches took over, now with the full belief in the gods. Over the years, the whole of Albion began to believe in Avo and Skorm, each side gaining a following. They saw the small building of the Temple of Avo as all that was good and pure in Albion, while seeing the Chapel of Skorm as a sadistic and evil place. With each donation to the respective site, the land seemed to respond correctly, with many saying that they could hear Avo and Skorm speak to them while in their temples, leading some to believe that the combination of the respective will energy and the strong belief in each god simply pulled the deities into creation. As the following for each deity increased, two holy armies were formed. 200 years before the birth of the hero of Oakvale, a battle broke out between these two churches, each side believing that their god was superior, although it is undocumented which side won. By the time of the hero of Oakvale's journey, each church was shown to be giving up physical rewards to those that donated and held a strong alignment to their respective church. The rewards infused with properties that aligned to their deity. Having an extremely good alignment with the Temple of Avo resulted in the believer receiving the Sentinus, a powerful great mace that had once belonged to the bodyguard of the first Archon. Along with this, they were also blessed with youth. Those with an extremely evil alignment had the possibility of also receiving youth, as well as Skorm's bow, an extremely powerful longbow that carried dark secrets. 200 years later, after the fall of the Heroes Guild, the people of Albion also decided to overthrow the churches. In their place, the Temple of Light was created in Oakfield, and the Temple of Shadows was created in Rookridge. each temple still having the same donation practices as the churches before them. Good deeds and gold to the good, and bad deeds and human sacrifice to the bad. Each church worshipping the god of the light or the god of the dark. These gods seemingly more real than those that had come before. Even after the destruction of the churches of Avo and Skorm, hundreds of years later, during the Industrial Age, there are still a small group of people that worship them. Although created by a trader to turn a profit from the gullibility of the citizens of Albion, Avo and Skorm still gave the people something to believe in such a dark time.
I didn't know you
Hello
got
heroes,
a weapon
thank you for
from-
watching this little episode.
I didn't know you could get a weapon from donating or whatever to the Church of Avo or whatever the fuck it's called.
What the biggest companies deliver is an exceptional customer experience. What makes it possible?
The lore behind Oakfield. On the northern coast of Albion lies the luscious farming village of Oakfield. This land wasn't always so green and fertile. When this region was simply grass and trees, it is said by villagers of this region that the founders of the village originated from the southern region of Oakvale. These founders left their village before it was annihilated, and the strongest made it through the marshes of Darkwood, travelling north and finally settling on the northern coast. Here, they attempted to set up a farming community just like the one they had left back in Oakvale, but the land was not fertile enough to collect large harvests, and so the region became poor and unhappy. In Bowerstone Market, a man called Albert was extremely unhappy with his life, to the point where he was on the brink of despair. He decided to go on a pilgrimage and came across the unhappy region of Oakfield. Seeing this as a sign, he decided that he would take his life, and so he found a cave and entered it. Deep inside of the Wellspring Cave, a light spoke to him and gave him a golden acorn. Seeing this as another sign, he left the cave and planted the golden acorn in Oakfield. As the acorn began to grow, the land around it became more fertile, and the air became cleaner. The once poor harvests now gave its farmers plentiful bounties. Soon after this, close to the Wellspring Cave, Albert founded the Temple of Light, where he and his monks could worship the light that had saved the community, as well as saving Albert's life. To thank Albert for helping their village, they gave him Luminous Cottage, an idyllic home next to the windmill of Oakfield, with a stunning view of the ocean. Every few decades, as the golden oak tree started to wither, the monks of the temple performed the ritual of the golden oak. This ritual consisted of gathering blessed water from the 3 springs within the Wellspring Cave, which in turn would grow the next golden acorn. This newly growing golden oak tree would then maintain the fertile soil and fresh air within the region. Although, failing to perform this ritual is said to turn the soil back to what it once was, meaning poor harvests, dying crops, and bad air. In the centre of the village is the Sand Goose Tavern, named after a mythological goose which is said to speak English and live in the deserts of Albion. This tavern allowing villagers to spend time together and shop in the local stalls. After the death of Albert, now referred to as Albert the Luminous, He was buried in the Oakfield graveyard, where the villagers maintain his grave out of respect for everything he did during his lifetime.
Gang gang.
Aside from its bountiful harvests, Oakfield is also known for 3 heroes. The first being the hero of Oakvale, that spent his final days inside of the village's demon door in the Homestead realm. The second and third heroes being Hammer and the hero of Bowstone. Born in the village and the daughter of the current abbot of the Temple of Light, Sister Hannah was tasked with completing the ritual of the Golden Oak. With the help of the hero of Bowstone, they complete the task. Unfortunately, during this ritual, Hammer's father is murdered. On top of his grave, they plant the new acorn and successfully give the village another few decades of light before the ritual is required to be completed again. In this time, the village can grow bigger as more people move to the luscious region. Known around Albion for its bountiful harvests, Oakfield truly is an example of a pure and good community, even if it is the constant target of attacks from darker forces. Hello heroes, thank you for watching this lore episode on Oakfield. As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
My name is Lucy, and I have to figure out who I am.
The lore behind the Witchwood Arena. Living in Albion during the Age of Heroes, you would be fully aware that the Witchwood Arena was the place to go for entertainment. A place where you could watch heroes fight magnificent beasts to gain renown and gold, or watch them die trying. But where did this place originate? After the completion of the first spire, and the resulting explosion that destroyed the Old Kingdom, the remaining population of Albion fell into anarchy. They fought for food, villages were plundered by bandits, and no one felt safe. With the guidance of Scythe, Nostro formed the Heroes Guild and reformed order within Albion. Now, powerful heroes could accept quests around Albion and restore order and safety. With these heroes being powerful and sometimes clashing with each other, Nostro thought of a constructive way to settle their disputes. He commissioned a giant coliseum on the island of Witchwood, close to the village of Knothole Glade. Inside of this giant arena, anyone could settle their disputes in public. These bouts became so entertaining that fights were arranged in advance, and people would travel for miles to watch these legendary battles. Everything seemed to be in place, but Nostro fell under the sway of his power-hungry wife, Magdalena, and with her persuasion, creatures were sourced from around Albion and brought into the arena as a way to make the fights more popular and entertaining. The arena changed from a place for people to settle their disputes in combat into a place for people to watch heroes and adventurers test their mettle and prove their worth in combat against waves of creatures. After Nostro's death, many years later, heroes would aim to gain renown and gold here. The leaders of the arena became more creative with the creatures that they brought in, even managing to capture more elusive creatures, such as white balverines, trolls, and large scorpions. Throughout all of these years, only men had successfully completed all of the rounds of the arena. That was until a young hero from the local village of Knotto Glade, Scarlet Robe, became the first female champion, bringing fame to her village. Although completing the arena itself was a great feat, the heroes of legendary status completed it without taking a single break within its 8 rounds. 3 of these heroes were Jack of Blades, Thunder, and the Hero of Oakvale. The Hero of Oakvale, interestingly, being the son of Scarlet Robe. The Hero of Oakvale also fought alongside Whisper, the younger sister of arena legend Thunder. After the death of Jack's second form, and no true evil remaining in Albion, hundreds of years later, the heroes became lazy and arrogant to the point where the population of Albion were treated unfairly, and so they decided to abolish the guild. With the help of the newly developed firearms, the Anti-Hero League burned down the guild. The heroes that survived this destruction were captured and taken to the arena. Here, they were told to fight for freedom. The majority of these heroes died while participating, and those that successfully completed the arena were killed anyway, by being burned on a pyre. Eventually, the arena was destroyed. With no heroes to give an audience a show, the Witchwood Arena had no purpose. A place that was created to bring positivity and entertainment to Albion, reduced to a place of terror for the famous heroes that had once brought the whole of Albion together. Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on the Witchwood Arena. What did you think? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
One scorching heat wave will leave me powerless to cool my insulin.
When the storm rolls in, my time to find a pet-friendly evacuation center will...
The lore behind Lucian Fairfax. During the Age of Enlightenment, Albion was ruled by the Fairfax family in the capital city of Bowerstone. Residing in Fairfax Castle, the family were wealthy and well loved by the citizens, but, like all families, they had secrets. One member of this family was Lucian. Growing up, he knew that his family had a long history of mental illness. His grandmother had been locked in an attic many years before, as the family believed she had simply gone insane. The story the family had told Albion was that she had died giving birth to Lucian's father. He had also witnessed his sister's death at a very young age, which had left him with the mindset of feeling powerless.
Poggers.
A combination of his family's mental illness and the constant feeling of being powerless would set him up for a challenging life. Growing up, he later met Helena, and they married, becoming Lord Lucian Fairfax and Lady Helena Fairfax. Later, they had a child, Amelia. All was good until Helena and Amelia contracted a mysterious illness, which Lucian could not find a cure for. This illness killed both his wife and his daughter, taking away his happiness, leaving him alone in a deep depression. He began to fixate on his subjects throughout the streets of Bowerstone, yearning for the happiness that they possessed. The streets full of laughter, while he sat in his castle, alone in the silence. His yearning turning to anger that they would simply accept death as a part of life, instead of trying to find a way around it. believing the world to be insane. Looking for a way to change the world, Lucian researched Old Kingdom artifacts and began working with Garth, an Old Kingdom scholar from Samarkand. In Samarkand, a blind seer named Teresa discovers information on an Old Kingdom artifact called the Spire. This item was once a focal point for will energy and gave the user the ability to make a limitless wish. This spire had been used once before, that time resulting in the destruction of the Old Kingdom. She foresees that she will need the spire in the future, and so she uses Lucian's combined grief and wealth to manipulate his circumstances into building it. Together, Garth and Lucian discovers Teresa's information on the spire and sees it as a way to bring back his family, and also a way to create a new world without despair. Lucian and Garth search for the remains of this once great spire, eventually finding them deep in the ocean. Lucian hires hundreds of people to rebuild it, but with his plan in action, he realizes that the spire may not be completed in his lifetime, and so he resorts to enforced labor, kidnapping villagers from the local regions and forcing them to work on the spire. A necessary evil for a new world that was not flawed like the current Albion, seeing morality as a factor that would hold back greatness. He later brought in winners from the Crucible in Westcliff as a way to control the disobedience of his slaves, this being his way to regain some sort of power after his constant feeling of powerlessness. Over the months, the spire grew. With this, some of his workers began to die through constant accidents. Lucian grew numb to these deaths, believing they were worth it. His madness, believing it was for the greater good, now numb to death and the well-being of his workers. He saw a world that would allow his family to be taken away as a world that was unworthy of existence, and it was his job to change it. With the spire now starting to collect will energy, Lucian was able to become a will user and gained the power of foresight and began having visions of a blind, hooded woman, which he didn't understand. Garth later informed him that in order to access the power of the spire required 3 heroes that held the embodiment of the hero skills of old. The hero of skill, the hero of strength, and the hero of will. He also discovered that there would be a 4th hero that embodied all of these disciplines. This hero was destined to stop him. With pieces of the spire being able to react to will energy, he believed that implanting small shivers of the spire into a man would grant him will powers. With the experiment, the Commandant were born, a human and spire hybrid. These experiments disgusted Garth, but Lucian hoped he would not leave, as he believed that Garth may be one of his needed heroes. Searching for these heroes, Lucian became aware of 2 children in Bowerstone and brought them to the castle, in the hope that they would be 2 of the heroes that he was looking for. Standing on an Old Kingdom relic, it notified him that neither of them were the heroes he was looking for, and instead, one of them was the 4th hero. In a panic, he shot both of them, believing his main threat to be dead, and he left Castle Fairfax and sailed for the Spire, where he lived for 20 years, overseeing its construction. While away, Bowerston became aware of his crimes and considered him a tyrant. Now aware of Lucian's mental state and his plan to create a new Albion, Garth parted ways with Lucian and went into hiding. Eventually, Lucian found Garth and imprisoned him in the Spire, but the fourth hero that he had believed to be dead infiltrated the Spire and spent 10 years under Lucian's nose and rescued him.
I didn't know it was 10 years.
Angry, he believed that the fourth hero would gather the three heroes for a plan to bring him down. And so, he waited for them all to be together. After biding his time, the heroes all gather together on Hero Hill, and Lucian ambushes them, taking Garth, Hammer and Reaver to the Spire, shooting the fourth hero again. Believing the hero to be actually dead, he returned to the Spire and began the ritual to channel their energy in order to unlock the power of his Spire. The ritual is disrupted by the fourth hero, who had survived again, and the hero uses an Old Kingdom artifact, the music box, to strip Lucian of all of his power, leaving him as a weak, old man, where one strike from the hero knocks him from the central platform to his death. With his life set up from the start for failure, Lucian tried to have a normal life, but the death of his family, combined with the manipulation of Teresa, turned him into the man that almost changed Albion. And so I ask, was Lucian truly a monster? Or was he simply another victim of Teresa's manipulation?
I didn't know that Teresa was down like that.
Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on Lucian Fairfax. What did you think? What would you like me to cover next? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
Hello, thank you for calling Gig Up! Come on, Miyuki, watch where you're throwing those things!
The lore behind Chesty.
The fuck is Chesty?
While travelling around Albion, you may come across an invitation to meet Chesty, a living, homicidal and sociopathic chest that likes to cut off the legs of adventurers for fun. His original motive? To become their super best friend and stay with them forever. Seemingly innocent, but absolutely far from it. So where did Chesty come from? Many years before Oakvale was tragically turned into Wraith Marsh, there was a little girl called Myrtle who was constantly bullied by the other children, until one day, the children went too far and killed her. Her teacher, Madame Ursula, discovered her body and believed it to be an accident, although she had her doubts as the children still had wicked smiles, instead of the normal emotions of remorse and regret. Myrtle's body was hidden in a toy chest, but unknown to her killers, this chest had a magical origin. The chest absorbed her soul, and Myrtle became something so much more, a vengeful and malevolent but playful spirit, and he called himself Chesty. Now a powerful spirit, Chesty invited his killers to a tea party. Unknown to them, Chesty was serving food and drinks laced with arsenic, and they all died. With the ability to move between realms, Chesty brought their souls to Nightmare Hollow, where they would be his super best friends forever. He then leaves notes around Albion for adventurers to find, inviting them to be his super best friend, using items as conduits to transport them to his realm. The hero of Bowstone discovers one of these conduits, the Nightmare Bed, in Brightwood Tower after Garth brings it there to study. Using the bed, the hero is transported to Nightmare Hollow, where he is transformed into a child and meets Chesty. Chesty offers the hero a game. If the hero beats the game, he gets a prize. But if he loses the game, he will bleed a lot and be eaten by worms and become another of Chesty's super best friends.
Hell yeah.
Using the souls of his previous victims, he attempts to murder the hero using waves of creatures so that he will die and stay there forever and ever. One of these waves being a banshee and her children, formerly Chesty's teacher and murderers. Defeating Chesty's super best friends, Chesty allows the hero to leave with a prize, keeping his word. He gives the hero the Diamond of Sorrow, which he claims is a piece of his broken heart. A last chance to manipulate the hero into staying. It is noted that 50 years later, Chesty is encountered by the child of the hero of Bowstone when he visits Sunset House, which Chesty had somehow acquired over the years. He plays chess with him and uses creatures as pawns to kill the hero in an attempt to claim his soul so that they can become the bestest super best friends. Before this, it is likely that Chesty had killed unsuspecting adventurers that were not able to fight back. It is also rumoured that Chesty's physical form can be seen within a mirror inside of Sunset House. Over the years, Chesty has left notes all around Albion. One left previously on Clockwork Island, where he left a note claiming that he wanted souls. Seen as a completely malevolent being that enjoys torturing adventurers and claiming their souls in his realm, Chesty also has a softer side, a childlike innocence, where all he wants are friends to play with, likely because of the awful and horrid death that Myrtle experienced when he was a mortal being. In a way, Chesty was a victim looking for revenge of his killers, which simply got out of hand when he began looking for a super best friend that he never got to have when he was alive. And so I ask, could you be Chesty's super best friend? Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on our super best friend Chesty. What did you think? This was a more fun episode, although shorter. As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
Bye.
He's on the run! Cool as a cucumber! Beautiful wall pass! Brilliant! Stop next to defender!
The lore behind Bloodstone. On the southern coast of Albion, detached by the dangerous region of Wraith Marsh, an iconic lighthouse shines above the lawless port town of Bloodstone. 500 years previously, the land that this town stands on was once a bandit camp, led by the legendary and feared bandit king, Twinblade. After Twinblade's encounter with the hero of Oakvale, the camp began to grow, likely bringing in undesirables that did not agree with the laws of the other regions of Albion. With the camp turning into a town, the destruction of the local village of Oakvale also brought in villagers looking to flee the growing marshes and creatures that had expanded into their ruined village. Still growing, the town built more houses, a port, and a lighthouse. Over the following years, the marshes of Darkwood devoured Oakvale in its entirety and claimed the land surrounding Bloodstone. The marshes were named Wraith Marsh, and the port of Bloodstone became the main way to enter and leave the town. The town also has a demon door, which allows successful adventurers to escape into a nightmarish realm. The legendary hero of skill, Reaver, made his home in this town and murdered the owner of Bloodstone Mansion, which he then moved into. Within the town, he created a smuggling operation, bringing in a large revenue, helping the economy. Although Bloodstone had no real figure of power, Reaver was seen as a mayoral figure, likely due to his influence over the town and his running of the ports, but also likely due to him being the oldest resident in the town, many villagers noticing that he never seemed to age and constantly remained in youth. As a town full of outlaws and undesirables, it had a bad economy, but the villagers make do. Prostitution, gambling and alcohol are the main forms of income, while the town also has clothing, armour, weapon and furniture stores. Inside one of the town's natural crevices, the Sinkhole, it is rumoured that the ship of Captain Dread and its ghostly crew reside inside, although the residents of the town believe this to be untrue. The Society, an assassination guild, has also made Bloodstone its home. Here, they can perform their business without fear of law enforcement shutting them down. Although the town has no laws, this does not mean that the residents will allow themselves to become victims to travellers. These villagers protect themselves and become vigilantes when attacked, killing those that attempt to take advantage of the town. An iconic moment in history is that of the destruction of the Bloodstone Mansion, which was burned down by an angry partner of Reaver after he had cheated on her, which he escaped death by travelling through a secret passage which led him to Smuggler's Beach, a secluded beach where he brought in his supplies. The mansion was rebuilt shortly after. The legendary hero of Bowstone also visits this region, and shortly after, Lucian unsuccessfully attacks the town in an attempt to capture Reaver and the hero for his plans with the Spire. As the years pass, and after the defeat of Lucian, Bloodstone was not mentioned to have joined the kingdom when Albion was united, but it has been noted that Bloodstone had an uprising. Although the details of this uprising are unknown, it could be possible that some of the residents of the town may have wanted to join Albion. A hotspot for crime and anarchy brought together the undesirables of Albion to create a town. But is a town full of criminals and lawlessness an easy way to live? Or is it a recipe for disaster? Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on Bloodstone. What did you think? What would you like me to cover next? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Sharing helps so much. Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Bye. The lore behind the Sword of Aeons.
Nice. Ow.
During the Age of Heroes, focus sites around Albion were activated in an attempt to access the Sword of Aeons, a legendary sword with a powerful story. Many died during Jack of Blades' quest to retrieve the sword, but where did it actually come from? Before the Age of Heroes, and even before the time of the Old Kingdom, the land of Albion was ruled by the court, which consisted of the Knight of Blades, the Queen of Blades, and the Jack of Blades. Within the Void, Jack of Blades wielded the Sword of Aeons, even at that time considered an ancient, blood-forged, ornate sword,
I've never seen this
one of the
before.
oldest weapons in Albion. The sword itself was able to speak, and gave its power to those that surrendered their soul. In Albion, a boy named William Black showed powerful magical abilities that no human had shown before, and he decided that he would end the court's rule over Albion. While studying an old tome, William was sucked into the void, where Jack attempted to enslave him with the Sword of Aeons. Standing before Jack, William used his newly developed will powers to defend himself. During the fight, William was able to steal the sword, and he escaped the void with it. The sword offered to help William destroy the court, and subsequently free Albion, but only if he surrendered his soul to it. And so he did, unlocking its true power. With this, William used the sword to destroy the Knight of Blades and the Queen of Blades. When fighting the Jack of Blades, the sword was able to destroy Jack's body, but his soul escaped. With the court defeated, Albion was free, and so William was hailed as the Archon, and the Old Kingdom was built. For thousands of years, William and his descendants ruled Albion. That was until his children became corrupt and used their powers for corrupt purposes. With this, William left them, disgusted with what his children had become. After the destruction of the Old Kingdom, William helped Nostro create the Heroes Guild to bring together a broken Albion. Without a need for the sword, William, who had now begun calling himself Scythe, hid the sword inside of the Chamber of Fate within the Heroes Guild. He also created a ritual that would have to be completed to activate the sword. His aim was that, if needed, a descendant from his bloodline would go to an old abbey in Hook Coast and acquire the Septimal Key, an Old Kingdom artifact, which would in turn allow them to activate the focus sites scattered around Albion to reveal the Sword of Aeons. Unfortunately for Scythe, Jack of Blades' soul managed to control a new body, and he was able to manipulate the requirements of this ritual by kidnapping members of Scythe's bloodline, and he activated the focus sites himself, while the hero of Oakvale, a descendant of Scythe, attempted to stop him, but he failed. Within the Chamber of Fate, Jack is able to access his sword that had been stolen from him thousands of years ago. Jack and the hero of Oakvale battle as Teresa, the hero's sister, watches. The hero follows in his ancestors' footsteps and defeats Jack, and a vortex is created. Here, the hero is given the decision to either slay his sister and unlock the true power of the sword, or cast it into the vortex, where it will be lost forever. With Teresa said to manipulate major events in Albion's future, we can see that the sword was destroyed in the vortex. A sword full of power and mystery, which subsequently caused the destruction of villages and the death of many people, after its owner simply wanted to take back the sword that was stolen from him thousands of years before. Hello heroes, thank you for watching this lore episode on the Sword of Aeons. What did you think? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Bye. The lore behind Hook Coast. On the northwest of Albion, above the island of Witchwood, lies the region of Hook Coast, an island secluded from the rest of Albion, with bitter cold winds and a history lost to those from other regions. The residents commonly having light-coloured hair and eyes, likely due to the conditioning of the harsh region that they live in. Their clothing, typically grey and drab, matching the bleak landscape within and around the island. Many years before, this island was part of a once great kingdom, which we now call the Old Kingdom. Its creation came from a group of monks looking to escape the cities and the population of a busy world. Here, they built a monastery where they could worship. Over the years, villagers from various regions of the Old Kingdom followed them, and together, they built a town around the monastery. This once cold island, now a town, which they called Hook Coast. With the Old Kingdom growing, more islands were taken over by the population of its residents, and so, Cullis gates were placed around for easy teleportation access. Hook Coast being a town surrounded by water, a lighthouse was built to help ships navigate their way to the island, as a failsafe, in the event that the Cullis gates were to go down for any reason. The lighthouse was given the ability to summon the ship of the drowned if someone were to power it, the Fireheart, an Old Kingdom artifact. This ship would then sail the passenger to any region of the world, no matter how far or inaccessible. As the Old Kingdom grew, so did Hook Coast, with many buildings, houses, and a large pub where the residents could come together as a community. With everything seemingly good, the monks of the island predicted the destruction of the Old Kingdom, and so they used the last of their strength to cast a magical barrier around the island. As the spire exploded, destroying the Old Kingdom with it, this barrier protected the region from annihilation. Although the barrier was successful, the monks died during the blast, saving the town. Now separated from the world, and the Cullis gates down, the region learned to survive in solitude. Here, the barren village survived for years, fishing for food, dealing with the cold, and fending off the pirates that would occasionally attack the coast. Scythe later visits this region and uses the old monastery to hide the Septimal Key, an Old Kingdom relic that would allow himself or his bloodline to access the Sword of Aeons. Many years later, the hero of Oakvale, one of Scythe's descendants, also visits this region in an attempt to stop Jack of Blades from accessing the Septimal Key, which he fails. Here, the legendary hero battles Maze, a powerful will user under the control of Jack. Maze, originally raised in Hook Coast, before moving to the Heroes Guild. This battle is spoken about for years to come. Maze is unsuccessful in defeating the hero of Oakvale, and he passes away here, where he was born. Once a region intended to escape the large population of the Old Kingdom, Hook Coast is now one of the only remaining settlements of the kingdom after the rest was destroyed by the Spire. Although not mentioned over the next 600 years, I think we'd all like to know, did it join Albion when the regions united? Or did it perish to the pirate attacks and the harsh environment? Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on Hook Coast. What did you think? What would you like me to cover next? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. The lore behind Aurora.
Aurora Bora.
On the coasts of southern Albion, looking out far across the vast ocean, lays the continent of Aurora. This large continent, consumed by sand and under the blistering temperatures of the sun, is home to the Aurorans and the legendary Sand Goose. The majority of the history of this large desert region has been lost in time, but what history remains? Back during the Old Kingdom era, the heroes Sol, Blaze and Stone fought against the Crawler, the lieutenant of the Darkness. Although these three powerful heroes could not defeat the Crawler, they were able to trap him in a dark dungeon in the faraway land of Aurora. While in Aurora, a resident of the Old Kingdom also created a demon door to store their treasure. Shortly after this, the spire exploded, destroying the Old Kingdom, leaving only a very small number of people knowing what had been placed inside of the Shadelight dungeon. While Albion rebuilt, Aurora also built and grew, creating magnificent temples and massive statues where their civilization thrived in the harsh environment. 600 years later, these statues had crumbled and the temples abandoned. Within those 600 years, an event so terrible occurred that resulted in the collapse of the Auroran civilization. Their mines and palaces, now historical markers of what this region once was. Some say that the Crawler, trapped inside of the Shadelight dungeon, had some sort of influence, while others have their own theories. The remains of this once great civilization can be found within the city of Aurora. This single city is the only known settlement of the Aurorans. This port town, under the rule of one leader, is proud of their naval force and ability to adapt to challenges that present themselves around their country. Within the city, a large temple where they worship a higher power, believing in the power of spiritual and physical healing. Outside of the gates live a tribe, which the Aurorans fear and call Sand Furies. These acrobatic, will-using warriors attack any that cross their path. During the Age of Industry, inside of the Shadelight dungeon, the Crawler became able to send out his shadow children to terrorize the people of the city of Aurora. The once thriving city was brought to its knees by the constant attacks, reducing the population considerably. Every night until dawn, the Crawler's children would enter the city of Aurora and attack its citizens on the streets and within their homes. The citizens, now living in fear, scared that they will be the next victim to the Crawler. Due to the constant attacks, Aurora was never able to move on to a new age, becoming stuck in a predated society, relying on simple trade to keep their economy stable, while regions such as Albion moved on. During this time, King Logan of Albion visits Aurora on an expedition to explore the deserts. During his expedition, he is attacked and nearly killed by the Crawler. He is saved by Kaylin, the current leader of the Aurorans, and with the help of her people, she nurses Logan back to health. Here, he promises that he will do all he can to help her people against the Crawler. After leaving the region, he realized that the Crawler may also attack Albion, and so he broke his promise, leaving Kaylin and her people to survive alone. 5 years later, the hero of Brightwall, also Logan's younger sibling, discovers Aurora, and he is saved by Kaylin after suffering with visions from the crawler in combination with the scorching heat of the desert. She once again asks for the help of the people of Albion when the hero becomes its new ruler, which he agrees. During the revolution of Albion, Aurora is essential, sending its navy against that of Logan's navy. After King Logan is stripped of his power, the new ruler, the hero of Brightwall, fulfills his promise to Kaylin and her people, sending help to Aurora. Shortly after this, now free and a part of Albion, Aurora is rebuilt to its original beauty. The hero of Brightwall defeats the crawler, ending its years of terror on Aurora, with the north of Aurora being just a small part of the country. Now, beyond the South Gate, the residents of the region can explore and expand.
Yay. Happy ending.
Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on Aurora. What did you think? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
Introducing Milo's Rewards, the new way to unlock savings from the palm of your hand. With every purchase, all loyalty members earn points toward Milo's money. Plus, you get free gifts and free shipping. The all-new Milo's Rewards program is here. Download the app to join, earn, and save today.
The lore behind Avo's Tier. Travelling around Albion during the Age of Heroes, an adventurer can come across many powerful weapons. Each of these weapons have a story that allow them to access such power, and Avo's Tier is no different. As powerful as the Sword of Aeons, this ancient sword has two stories that claim to explain how it came into creation. The first story claims that during the Age of Heroes, as the great hero Nostro began to bring together a broken Albion after the destruction of the Old Kingdom, with the help of Scythe, he commissioned a sword to be modelled after the legendary Sword of Aeons, which had disappeared. Unknown to him, Scythe had locked it away within the Chamber of Fate inside of the Heroes Guild. It is said that during this time, a sister sword was forged, Avo's Lamentation, which was then lost for centuries, rediscovered during the Age of Industry. The second story claims that within the stone city of Bowstone, an evil wizard attempted to destroy the city by creating a large vortex to engulf it. An extremely powerful guild mage by the name of Solstius used his powers of will to close the vortex using a common sword wielded by a Bowstone guard as a focal point for the spell. The sword absorbed all of this power and the portal closed. With this power, the sword was named Avo's Tier. Although successful in saving Bowstone, this resulted in the death of Solstius, and he became revered as the most powerful guild mage to have ever lived. In his honour, a statue was created on the grounds of the Heroes Guild. After this event, the sword vanished, and through the years, it became a myth. Many years later, the hero Maze searched for the sword, looking for a way to fight against Jack of Blades. Through his research, he discovered that to wield the sword, he had to be judged and deemed worthy by the three greatest heroes who had ever lived. Solstius, who had potentially created the sword, Delph, who had been an extremely powerful sorceress, and Holder, who had been the commander of the Dragon Knights. Due to the awful deeds Maze had committed under the orders of Jack, he was deemed unworthy and therefore unable to wield the sword. Years later, after the defeat of Jack of Blades and the destruction of the Sword of Aeons, the hero of Oakvale uses Maze's research to discover Avo's tear, requiring it to battle with Jack once more. Standing at the tombs of the three greatest heroes and reading an inscription on the empty tomb, the hero is judged by the three greatest heroes and is deemed worthy of wielding it, taking it into his possession. After being claimed by the hero of Oakvale, Avo's tear seems to have disappeared once again, and its location now unknown. Two stories of its creation. Which is real is up to you to decide. It could even be a mixture of both. Only the true creator would be able to tell us. What do you believe? Hello heroes, thank you for watching this lore episode on Avo's Tear. What did you think? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Join our Discord, there's a link in the description. Now, enjoy your day. Bye. The lore behind Walter Beck. There are many strong figures within Albion.
I'll be right back.
There's an important quest card at the guild for you.
the lore behind Walter Beck. There are many strong figures within Albion's history, and Sir Walter Beck is one of these people. In his youth, Walter came across the famous hero of Bowerstone, and they became close friends. While fighting in the Hero King's army, he was knighted and became Sir Walter Beck. Within his unit, he fought alongside General Turner and Major Swift. During one of his many battles, Walter and 2 other soldiers sought shelter within a cave to hide from an enemy army. The army saw this and decided to blast the entrance, resulting in Walter and his men becoming trapped inside of the cave for 3 whole days. This excruciating experience giving Walter a phobia of caves, darkness, and enclosed spaces. As a soldier, Walter was able to defend himself well on the battlefield with his sword and gun, while still managing to befriend people along the way with his friendly and humorous attitude. Known for being trustworthy and always having a strong moral compass, Walter befriended powerful allies around Albion, such as Sabine, the King of Mistpeak, and Paige, who would become the leader of the Bowerstone Resistance. Walter and the Hero King fought together in many battles, resulting in Walter essentially becoming a part of the hero's family. The hero and their wife had 2 children, first Logan, and the second who would become known as the hero of Brightwall. As the years passed, Walter watched over the hero's children and was told to look out for the youngest. After the death of the hero, Walter continued to serve the family, still watching over the children. Due to the death of his parents, Logan became the new king of Albion, and so Walter felt it was his duty to serve him, just as he had with his parents. Over the years, as Logan ruled, Walter formed a strong bond with the youngest child and sensed that this child could actually be a hero. He trained the young child in combat and told heroic stories of their father. During this time, he noticed that Logan had begun making questionable decisions in his role, which resulted in Walter beginning to question his leadership. Seeing how Logan was beginning to spiral, Walter thought about whether to smuggle the young child out of the castle, but decided that Logan could still be saved. Over the years, Logan became even more tyrannical in his rule, until one day when he went too far. During a protest against Logan at Bowerstone Castle, Walter and the young hero attempt to stop Logan from executing the protesters. In response to this, Logan ordered the young hero to decide between the death of the protesters or his friend. Logan using his soldiers to keep Walter at bay. That night, Walter decided that Logan had gone too far, and that now is the time for revolution. He smuggles out the young hero and Jasper through the tomb of the hero's father. Here, the hero discovers his powers, and Walter mentors him on how to use his newly discovered powers, and they travel across Albion to gather support from those that are unhappy with Logan. Some of these include his old friends, Sabine and Paige. Requiring a little more support, Walter and the hero travel to Aurora. While attempting to get there, their ship sinks and they wash up on an unknown shore of the desert region. Discovering an ancient dungeon, Walter is forced to face his fear of darkness and enclosed spaces, navigating through the ancient cave. Here, they come across the Crawler, which preys upon Walter's phobias, taking away his sight resulting in Walter going into a frenzied state, close to madness. Defended by the hero of Brightwall, he leads Walter out of the dungeon. Seeing himself as a burden, he demands that the hero leave him there and continue his quest without him. Seeing this revolution as more important than his own life. To his luck, he is discovered by the Aurorans and saved. Now with the support of the Aurorans, Walter and the hero return to Albion, using his previous battle experience to command the resistance against Logan's forces. The resistance is successful in helping the hero of Brightwall reach Bowstone Castle, where he confronts Logan and takes over as ruler. Now in control, the resistance discover that the darkness will attack Albion in exactly 1 year. Walter takes control of training the Royal Army, and with the help of Ben Finn, they train them for the upcoming invasion. Now as the King's aide again, Walter helps the hero with the difficult decisions that come with being a ruler, even still offering support when a less than favourable decision is made. After a year passes, the darkness attacks Bowerstone, and through a momentous battle, the Crawler takes control of Walter. In order to defeat the Crawler and essentially save Albion, the hero is forced to fight Walter. Defeating a possessed Walter and severely wounding him, the Crawler is defeated. In the arms of the hero, Walter congratulates him on doing what was right, and that he is proud, looking at the hero as if he were his own son. Walter dies in his arms. After the battle is over, a statue of Walter is created and placed in the garden of Bowstone Castle. His friends and old comrades all come together to say goodbye, honouring him as one of the greatest men they had ever met. Possibly one of the most important figures in Albion's history, Sir Walter Beck helped change Albion in a more positive way, even though he wouldn't be there to see the outcome. Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on Sir Walter Beck. What did you think? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
And now for the Duluth Nether Weather Update. Down in Armadillo, everything's sitting pretty and polar. Duluth Armadillo Underwear, your own private cooling pattern. Only at Duluth Trading.
Oh, yes. Wow.
The lore behind the Guildmaster. During the Age of Heroes, the Heroes Guild had many students who trained, graduated, and went out into the world to make a difference. One of these students was Weaver. During his time at the Heroes Guild, Weaver trained in the ways of will and learned about ancient languages and cultures. He became friends with another student, Maze, and together they discussed how unhappy they were with the current running of the guild. The guild at this time offering only good quests, while they wanted the guild to offer both good and bad, allowing the heroes of Albion to choose their own alignment. Together, and with other students, Weaver and Maze decided to revolt against the current leadership of the guild. During this revolt, many heroes died, resulting in the number of heroes within the world being at its lowest for centuries. As a powerful wizard, Weaver was able to use defensive spells to create magical shields around his friends, heal them, and increase their attacking ability. Although unshown through his time at the guild, It is said that he had other powers that other heroes could not even imagine, leaving his true magical power a mystery. Successful after this revolt, Weaver was visited by Scythe, the first hero, and essentially the creator of the Heroes Guild with the help of Nostro. Scythe recommended that Maze become the head of the guild, while Weaver become the new guildmaster, due to his impartial serenity. With Weaver as the guildmaster, the Heroes Guild now had balance, and with it, Albion had balance. As the years passed, Albion grew, and Weaver trained the world's strongest heroes, two of these being the legendary Thunder and Briar Rose. One night, while watching over the guild, Maze arrives with a young boy whose small village of Oakvale had been burned to the ground during a bandit raid. Although not seeing any hero potential in the boy, he trusted Maze's intuition and the next day begins to train him. As the boy grew, Weaver formed a strong relationship with him and trained him in the hero disciplines of will, skill, and strength. After many years of training, Weaver presided over the hero's graduation from the guild, where he could go out and choose his own path. Now travelling around Albion, the boy discovered that the evil Jack of Blades had been responsible for the death of his family. Weaver aids him through every step of his journey to discover what had happened to them, communicating with him through his guild seal. He reminds the hero to drink potions and eat food when he is injured, also pushing him to be better by encouraging him to increase his combat multiplier. To Weaver, this boy was more than just another trainee, and throughout this time, Weaver had begun to see the hero as a son. Along his journey, the hero of Oakvale asks him for help to decipher Arbon's Thaumaturgia, using his knowledge of ancient languages so that they can pass a barrier to access the Septimal Key. During Jack's assault on the guild, after activating focus sites across Albion, Weaver attempts to stop him from entering the Chamber of Fate, but unfortunately, he is not powerful enough and Jack leaves him severely wounded. Luckily, the hero of Oakvale follows Jack into the chamber and stops him, saving Albion and the guild from his evil plans. Over the next year, Weaver rebuilds the Heroes Guild and continues to guide his students. He becomes aware of an evil growing within the region of the Northern Wastes, and brings in the hero of Oakvale to investigate, which they later discover to be a resurrected Jack of Blades. Weaver once again does everything he can to help the hero defeat this great evil. To access Jack behind the Bronze Gate, the hero of Oakvale has to sacrifice the oldest soul to a mechanism attached to the Bronze Gate to access Archon's Folly. Here, he is given the choice between taking the soul of an already deceased Nostro or killing Weaver and taking his. It is not clear what transpired during the hero's journey at Archon Shrine. Some believe that the hero chose to do the right thing and took the soul of Nostro, while others believe that the hero betrayed Weaver, a man that had given him years of training, love and pride. Over the next 500 years, and after the destruction of the guild, the people of Albion still remember him, the Guildmaster. Not remembered for all the good he did, but that he would annoy his heroes, asking them questions through their guild seal. His most famous question, you ask: "Hero, your health is low. Do you have any potions or food?"
Your health is critical.
Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on Weaver the Guildmaster. What did you think? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Bye. The lore behind Thunder. Born and raised in the Southern Isles, Thunder and his little sister Whisper decided to travel to Albion to start a new life. On their journey to Albion, the ship entered a storm and came across a kraken nest. The nest attacked the ship and devoured it. Coursing through the veins of Thunder was hero blood, and so Thunder used his abilities to rain down thunder and lightning, killing the kraken. With their ship destroyed, Thunder took his little sister in his arms and swam them to the shores of Albion. This event making the siblings extremely close. Arriving in Albion, Thunder and Whisper were taken in by the Heroes Guild. Here, Thunder was trained and taught how to control and use his powerful abilities by the Guildmaster. After graduating from the Heroes Guild, Thunder was able to decide what he wanted to do with his life. He decided that he wanted to become a champion of the Witchwood Arena and have his name known by all. Entering the arena battle area, he fought through waves of creatures that had been collected from all over Albion. After defeating the 8th and final round of the arena without taking a break, Thunder became a champion of the arena, a feat that many heroes had died trying. Now hailed as one of Albion's strongest heroes, Thunder seemingly had everything that he had ever wanted: fame and fortune, and for years, he was happy with his success, occasionally visiting his sister who had begun training at the guild, and he wanted her to be just as successful as he was. Everything was good, that was until he met Lady Grey. Thunder fell madly in love with her and became jealous of any man that had attempted to court her. Alongside this, he learned that a hero had defeated the Witchwood Arena without taking a single break. This news resulted in him having an extreme amount of jealousy towards the young hero. With the new hero becoming one of Albion's most popular heroes, Lady Grey gave her attention to him, increasing Thunder's jealousy. It is said that the hero of Oakvale decided to court Lady Grey, resulting in Thunder's jealousy getting the better of him, where a duel took place at Headman's Hill, where Thunder lost the battle and allowed the hero to court Lady Grey. Although losing the love of his life, Thunder was still proud of his achievements, to the point where he would visit schools around Albion to tell stories about himself. His stories were twisted and sometimes fabricated to make himself and his sister sound more powerful than they were. During Jack of Blades' attack on Albion, Thunder used his abilities to help the hero of Oakvale reach the focus sites, fighting to keep Jack's minions at bay. After Jack's defeat and a huge evil removed from Albion, Thunder searched for villagers to help, but with no true evil to vanquish, he was turned away and told his services were not required anymore. During this time, the hero of Oakvale visited the Northern Wastes and discovered that Jack had returned, but was locked behind the Bronze Gate. To unlock the gate, he had to collect 3 souls, one of these being the arena champion. Here, the hero had the choice between killing Thunder and claiming his soul, or entering the arena and collecting an already deceased arena champion that haunted the area. It is unknown what the hero chose, but what we do know is that if the hero had chosen Thunder, he would have given that farm boy a fight to remember. Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on the Mighty Thunder. What did you think? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Bye. The lore behind Driftwood. Throughout Albion's age of enlightenment, the gypsy camp and its residents lived in peace within Bower Lake on the outskirts of the city of Bowerstone. The caravan scattered around a central communal area where its residents could socialise and wandering gypsies could travel around Albion, exploring and selling their wares. Although living in peace, the city of Bowerstone continued to grow. And with this, the city planned to develop Bower Lake into an expensive region for the rich residents of the city to reside and live in luxurious homes that overlooked the stunning central lake. Now seen as an inconvenience, Reaver, who had just purchased the Bower Lake land, and subsequently the man running the Millfields project, sends a letter to the people of the gypsy camp, telling them that they are now squatting on his land, and that they are an eyesore on his new landscape. In his mind, viewing the gypsy camp as a factor that would decrease the value of the exquisite houses he was building on Bower Lake. With this, he insists that they vacate the region. The camp moves away from the newly named Millfields and travels south of Bowerstone along the coast in an attempt to find a new place to settle. Travelling with their caravans, the group come across a chain of islands and decide to settle there, naming the region Driftwood. Now on their own land, the gypsies attempt to grow, but discover that creatures live within the region, which limit their ability to expand. On top of this, the gypsies struggle to create a stable economy and lack the ability to create needed structures to explore the other areas of Driftwood, and so they settled on a small island and were unable to grow for years. On the shores of these islands, shipwrecks and sunk boats are preserved by the water, these wrecks meeting their demise while looking to explore a new world after travelling from faraway lands. To the camp's look, Griffith Smith, a member of the Albion Historical Restoration Society, attempts to seek funding to repair a bridge that had once connected the gypsy camp to Bower Lake after it had become broken from years of neglect. The hero of Brightwall donates to this cause, and after the bridge is restored, he travels across and discovers the old abandoned gypsy camp. Travelling on, he discovers the region of Driftwood and its small community living on a tiny island and decides to help them. With the hero's help, the Hobbs occupying the local islands are killed, allowing the camp to expand to the other islands. The hero later brings in a carpenter to help connect more islands to the village. The hero also brings in Rusty, a gambler who had been aided by the hero of Brightwall. Rusty settles within Driftwood and invests his money to the community, kickstarting the economy, allowing more buildings, structures, and businesses to open. A combination of these factors turn the islands of Driftwood from a group of islands infested by Hobbs into a village occupied by the gypsies. As the village grows, new businesses are constructed, farms are formed, and a mine is excavated, expanding upon the economy and allowing new residents to join the village. Within the region, an ancient Cullis Gate is also discovered, which at one point had allowed the heroes of old to quickly navigate Albion. This location having a cullis gate suggested that this area at one point had some importance to the world. Living within the wilderness, the village has no law enforcement, seemingly leaving it vulnerable to an attack from outsiders. This does not mean that the town is defenseless, as members within the town have learned over the years to defend their own. Once a string of islands inhabited by Hobbs, this region is now a home to the gypsies that had been forced from their camp by a man who had viewed them as an eyesore to his vision. Now finally having a home, the gypsies can settle and grow in the stunning region of Driftwood. Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on Driftwood. What did you think? What would you like me to cover next? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Bye. The lore behind Scarlet Robe. During the Age of Heroes, in the wooded village of Knothole Glade, a girl was born. The Knothole tribe were known around Albion for their quality axes and their ability to slay Balverines. At the age of 15, her village was attacked by one of these creatures. While the villagers ran away, the girl stood face to face with the beast, unafraid, and they fought. When the Knothole warriors arrived, they were surprised to find her alive, holding a stake and the Balverine dead in front of her. Her clothes soaked in the creature's blood. From that day, she was known to all as Scarlet Robe. Showing the abilities of a hero, she moved onto the mainland, and for many years, she trained at the prestigious Heroes Guild, where she expanded her abilities. Her bloodline, a direct link to the first hero himself. After graduating from the guild, her actions gained her renown, and she became known around Albion as one of the greatest heroines. With her growing fame, residents of Albion began to write of her adventures, one of her quests leading her to kill a particularly fearsome Balverine with a silver arrow, another where she had been crucial in the Great Balverine extermination. Now recognised around Albion for her extraordinary abilities, Scarlet was invited to fight in the Witchwood Arena. To their surprise, she defeated every round. This, a historical event for the arena, as a female had never won. Her actions again bringing pride to herself and to her home village of Knothole Glade, where they erected a statue of her. Although well known for being a Balverine slayer, travelling through a forest, Scarlet is attacked by 12 Balverines. In an epic fight, she killed them all, but this battle left her severely injured, where she collapsed and almost died. To her luck, a woodsman named Brom from the local village of Oakvale found her. He took her back to his village and nursed her back to health. From this, they fell in love, married, and they had 2 children. And for years, they were happy. On her daughter's birthday, her village of Oakvale was attacked by bandits under the orders of Jack of Blades, searching for members of the Archon's bloodline. During the attack, she was unable to protect her family. Her husband was murdered, her son disappeared, her daughter's eyes were torn out in front of her, and she was dragged away and imprisoned in Bargate Prison, where she was interrogated. Believing her family to be dead, she resided in the prison for many years. Now grown, her son, who had survived the night of the fire, had trained within the Heroes Guild, and he attempted to rescue her from the prison. While escaping, Jack of Blades stops them, resulting in them both becoming residents of the prison. After a year of imprisonment, he manages to escape and takes his mother with him. Now outside of the prison, Scarlet uses her powers to activate her son's untapped abilities, and they work together to stop Jack from accessing the Septimal Key. As her son attempts to enter the abandoned abbey in Hook Coast, he discovers a magical barrier. Through the guild seal, Scarlet asks him to return to the guild, as she had found something that could help. Arriving at the guild, Jack's minions capture her, where she once again becomes a prisoner to Jack. After using Teresa to access the Septimal Key, Jack activates the focus sites around Albion. Requiring a hero's blood from the Archon's bloodline, he brings both Scarlet and Teresa to the Chamber of Fate. As the hero of Oakvale enters the chamber, Jack kills her right in front of her children, using her bloodline to acquire the Sword of Aeons. Full of rage, her son defeats Jack and avenges his mother's death. Over the next year, the guild is rebuilt and Scarlet is buried within the Oakvale Memorial Garden, where a statue is erected in her honour. A whole year later, Jack of Blades returns in a new form. The hero of Oakvale welcomes the task of defeating this great evil once and for all. But to access Jack, he requires the soul of the heroine to unlock the Bronze Gate, which Jack is locked behind. Here, the hero has the choice between the soul of his mother or that of an already living Briar Rose. It is unknown what the hero chose, but no matter his choice, Scarlet's soul can now rest in peace, knowing that she did everything in her power to protect her family. Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on Scarlet Robe. What did you think? Like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
Why did we stuff Reese's Take 5 with 5 flavors? Because you can't handle 6!
The lore behind Brightwall. To the east of Albion, within the Mist Peak Mountains, a village was formed. Surrounded by a forest, with peaks of the valley in the distance, a stone bridge and walls were constructed. The bridge connecting the village to the Mist Peak region. Below the bridge, a stunning gorge that would cause the death of any that fell from the great height. A combination of its bridge and large stone walls would protect this village for centuries. Within the village, the residents of Brightwall created an economy with a pub, Yequill and Quandary, with various shops around its slanted landscape. To add an extra level of defense from outsiders, the town created a fort and a garrison. Within the mountains, the town became self-sufficient and grew their own crops and farmed their own animals. With this, more buildings were built and the village grew. On the village square, stores selling weapons, a pawnbroker, and market stalls popped up, all helping the economy. Seeing this as a great location to store his treasure, the hero of Bowerstone visits the town and has an academy built, a place to educate the scholars of Albion even further. Inside, thousands of books with stories and knowledge about Albion, its history, and its surrounding countries were kept safe for those who wished to learn. Below the academy, the hero created a secret chamber which he named the Reliquary. Inside of this chamber, the hero locked away a magical artifact, the music box, with trials that only a hero could complete to protect it from those wishing to steal it. Working with the Hero King, Samuel was appointed as the librarian, and he was told that if a person carried a guild seal in the future, then he must help them realize their destiny as a hero by giving them access to the Reliquary. Over time, the fort and the stone walls that had once protected the town began to crumble, and with the capital city of Bowerstone having its own army, its soldiers moved in to secure the streets. After the Hero King died, his eldest son, Logan, took over the throne. With Logan's rule, Bowerstone's relationship with Brightwall turned from positive to negative. The village struggled for years under his leadership due to his high taxes. Although able to live on the essentials of their own grown food, more premium items such as potions and gems became rare. Although an important part of Brightwall's history, King Logan decided to shut down the Brightwall Academy to the public. With this, the academy slowly became a historical artifact itself, with Samuel caring for the books alone. With word about a treasure locked away inside of the Reliquary, countless scholars and adventurers had attempted to open the secret chamber's door, but without a guild seal, it remained locked. An unlucky few did discover another entrance within Mistpeak, but unfortunately remained inside forever after failing to figure out the trials. Within the town, many interesting people and objects would go down in history, one of them being Brian. Brian was obsessed with garden gnomes, and through a unique interaction with a gargoyle, he accidentally unleashed nasty gnomes around Albion that would insult passerbys. Another being a demon door. Within this door lay the Last Order's realm, where skeletons would drink, laugh, and dance on tables within an inn on a secluded island. After the king's younger sibling leaves the castle, he and his advisor, Walter, travel around Albion to find allies in their fight against Logan. Looking to secure Brightwall, the young hero earns the respect of the villagers by helping them. While visiting the Brightwall Academy, he meets Samuel where he excitedly unlocks the Reliquary. Completing its trials, the young hero brings out its treasure and impresses Samuel. Now known around the village, and tired of the way that they have been treated by Logan, the people agree to join the young hero's revolution if he agrees to reopen their academy when he becomes king. With this agreement, Samuel names him the hero of Brightwall. Alongside this, the villagers of Brightwall give some of their food to their neighbours inside of the dweller camp, who were also in the process of joining the rebellion. After the revolution, and with the hero of Brightwall as king, the Brightwall Academy is reopened. With the oncoming invasion of the darkness, the king has to decide whether or not to add a tuition fee for those that wish to study there. With its academy reopened and Logan's tyrannical rule over, the villagers of the charming little hamlet of Brightwall can once again learn about the world around them, grow their economy, and live in peace. Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on Brightwall. What did you think? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
Veggie Poppables are made with real veggies.
They're so delicious.
With flavors we love to pop.
Simply Lay's Veggie Poppables.
The lore behind Rose. During the Age of Enlightenment, within Albion's capital city of Bowerstone, 2 homeless children could be seen wandering around the streets, surviving any way that they could. The eldest, a girl called Rose, with her younger sibling that she called Sparrow. Orphaned at the young age of 6, Rose did not remember much about her parents. She did remember that her mother was a beautiful princess that lived in a castle, while the gossip mongers of Bowerstone believed that she had actually been a servant to the Fairfaxes. As for Rose's father, she had no memory of him, but hushed tones amongst the residents of Old Town whispered that he was unnatural and that he got what he deserved. With her parents gone, Rose had to grow up quick to raise Sparrow on the cold streets of Bowerstone. She would make sure he had food, entertain him and read him stories to sleep. His favourite being a story about a warrior girl that fought snow monsters. With each year, Rose worried about how she would survive each winter. With a charming personality, she would befriend travellers passing through Bowerstone. Sometimes, the travellers would even let her stay in their caravans to make their winters more comfortable. Although friendly with the locals of Bowerstone Old Town, the criminals of the town would at points attempt to use her desperation to manipulate her into committing acts that she did not want to do. One of these criminals being Arthur, who would offer Rose money and food in exchange for less than savoury acts, to which her answer would always be no. With dreams of living in a castle herself, Rose would write in her diary about sneaking in with Sparrow, daydreaming on how they would find a secret passage one day, and live within the castle without being noticed, always thinking about making a better life for Sparrow and herself. With the kindness that travellers had shown her, she planned to visit the gypsy camp the next summer. During an extremely cold winter, Rose and Sparrow walked the streets of Bowerstone looking for food and a way to stay warm. This winter, they had secured a makeshift shelter away from the main streets. Walking down the main street, they come across mystical Murgo, a man selling magical objects, one of them being a music box that would grant a single wish to the person that used it. For this artifact, he asked for only 5 gold pieces. Due to her circumstances and tough life, Rose shouts out that there is no such thing as magic. To this, an old woman in the crowd explains that Murgo isn't aware of the artifact he has actually stumbled upon, and that the music box may actually get Rose and Sparrow a step closer to living within Castle Fairfax. To this, Rose decides to take the risk, and they complete tasks around Bowerstone Old Town to earn 5 gold coins. Instead of spending the gold on food that would allow them to eat for a week, they purchased the music box from Murgo. Placing the music box on a table in view of the castle, Rose makes a wish. As the music dials and a light emanates from the music box, she begins to believe that the box will give herself and Sparrow access to Castle Fairfax. But as the box spins and gets louder, it disappears. Disappointed, with her hopes shattered, she and Sparrow return to their makeshift shelter and go to sleep.
Oh no, I don't have any more potions.
That night, Rose and Sparrow are woken up by guards and they are summoned to Fairfax Castle. Excited, they go to the castle with the guards. Meeting with Lucien, he inquires about the box and how they were able to use it. Asking them to stand on a circle, a blue aura surrounds them, confirming to Lucien that these children were in fact heroes. As he attempts to reach through the aura, the blue light turns red, indicating to him that these are actually the heroes that were foretold to stop his future plans. In response to this, he shoots Rose. As she falls to the ground in agony, Lucien turns the gun to her younger sibling, where he shoots him, resulting in him crashing through the window behind him. As she lays on the ground in agony, Lucien finishes her off. Many years later, Rose opens her eyes and finds herself surrounded by a luscious forest. A wish from the spire had brought her back. Initially scared, she comes across a hooded figure, Scythe, who had disappeared from Albion centuries before. He promises her that one day she will be reunited with Sparrow, and so she writes him a letter informing him that she is alive and well. Although undocumented that Rose ever returned to Albion, scholars examined this claim of a forest that went on forever and believed her to be within the Greenwood, a forest realm which had been said to be home to all things, a magical realm that few had claimed to have visited, exclaiming that whenever someone had a strange feeling of loss or yearning, they were said to be pining for the Greenwood. It is also said that Rose fell in love within this realm, and so she never left, while other scholars believe this realm simply to be a fantasy for those that wish to escape the feeling of loss, and that Rose had never actually come back. After a difficult childhood, maybe Rose is now alive and well within the Greenwood with a companion, finally able to relax and enjoy herself. At least, that is what she deserves. Hello heroes, thank you for watching this lore episode on Rose. What did you think? What would you like me to cover next? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Bye. The lore behind the music box. During the time of the Old Kingdom, the residents of this once great civilization created marvelous items that could do incredible things. One of these items was a music box. After the destruction of the Spire, and with it the destruction of the Old Kingdom, these great objects scattered throughout the lands, and one by one were discovered by the residents of Albion. These objects, once well known, now seen as trinkets and artifacts of the Lost Kingdom. The box itself, its true power unknown, but through history, some managed to use its power. appearing as a standard music box to the residents of Albion. Inside contained power that no one understood. Said by many to tremble with energy after touching it, this box would change history. Within Albion's history, the music box appeared during the Age of Enlightenment within Bowerstone Old Town, owned by a man going by the name of Mystical Murgo. This travelling trader moved from town to town selling mystical items that he had acquired on his journeys. Murgo spoke openly and told many tales about how he had acquired the music box. But then, nobody truly knows what is real when liars and showmen are concerned. One story states that he was stopped by bandits on his travels and suddenly lost consciousness. Upon waking up, he found the music box inside of his hand with a note. Although the majority of the writings on the note indecipherable, he could read one part saying, "I'm sorry." Another story he told was that he was travelling through the village of Bloodstone. He stopped at a seedy pub. Here, he bought the music box from a hooded figure dressed in yellow, who later told him to take the first offer you get, or foul fates will befall thee. The final tale he told was that he had simply found it on his journey, travelling from town to town. Standing in front of a crowd in Bowerstone Old Town, Murgo sells his wares. Firstly, a magical mirror that he claimed would make anyone that looked into it appear beautiful. But the magic only worked in the dark. The second, a music box, which he explained to the crowd to be a small, unassuming box. A device created by the ancients and used by the Old Kingdom rulers themselves. Turning the handle 3 times would grant the user a single wish. Within the crowd, a blind seeress and 2 homeless children. Persuaded by the blind seeress, who had her own motives, the children purchase the box and make a wish to live inside of Castle Fairfax. After the wish is made, the box begins to spin and play a tune. It spins faster and faster, and then disappears. Upset and disappointed, the children, Rose and Sparrow, go to bed. Unknown to them, although the box had disappeared, this wish would be fulfilled, at least for one of them. This box being a catalyst for a long string of events that would lead Sparrow to become the mayor of Bowerstone, and later King of Albion, living within the castle.
Nice.
Years after the disappearance of the music box, 5 heroes stand on Hero Hill in Bower Lake to perform a ritual. Teresa, the blind seeress, Hammer, the hero of strength, Reaver, the hero of skill, Garth, the hero of will, and now a grown-up Sparrow who possessed all 3 hero disciplines. The ritual to summon an ancient weapon to defeat Lucian after he had rebuilt the spire. His aim to bring back his family and create a new Albion, which would result in mass death. After completing the ritual, Lucian appears and kidnaps the heroes, taking them to the spire for his own ritual to use the powers of the 3 heroes to use the spire for his wish. Here, he shoots Sparrow, resulting in him entering a dream world where he discovers the music box, the ancient weapon. Leaving the dream world and fully healed, Sparrow finds himself standing within the spire, holding the music box. The hero interrupts Lucian in activating the spire by using the music box to drain all of the power that he had absorbed from the heroes surrounding him. The box turning him into a vulnerable old man. With this, one strike leaves Lucian falling to his death. After this long string of events, Sparrow becomes the mayor of Bowerstone and later king, after uniting the surrounding towns into one under him. Aware of the power that the box had, he ordered for an academy to be built in Brightwall, a village in the Mistpeak Mountains. In this academy, scholars could learn about Albion's history. Underneath the academy, he built the reliquary, a secret chamber. Inside of the chamber, he stored the music box and created trials that only a hero could complete in the event that the box would be needed one day. Years later, Sparrow passed away and his eldest child, Logan, became king. Unlike his father, Logan ruled with an iron fist and became known as a tyrant to his subjects. Tired of his leadership, Sparrow's youngest child, who had inherited his father's hero abilities, began a revolution and travelled around Albion to find allies. One of these allies being Sabine, the leader of the Dweller Camp. To gain Sabine's support, he sends the young hero to the Brightwall Academy to retrieve one of his parents' relics. Navigating through the reliquary and completing its trials, the hero discovers his father's music box. With the relic, the young hero gives the music box to Sabine and earns his support in the upcoming revolution. With this, the box remains in Sabine's possession. It is unknown what happened to the music box after this, but it is interesting to think about how different Albion would be if it hadn't existed in the first place. Although small, this music box changed Albion's history. Was it for the better? Who knows? Hello heroes, thank you for watching this lore episode. What did you think? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Tatty bye.
The fuck does tatty bye mean?
All the electrolytes of Gatorade with zero sugar to rehydrate and replenish. Gatorade Zero.
Hey guys, Scarron here. Before we begin this video, I'd just like to ask that if you're enjoying these lore videos, it would mean so much if you could take 2 seconds to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. It helps so much with the growth of the channel. Also, share this with one of your friends. Now, on with the video. The lore behind Briar Rose. Throughout Albion's history, there have been many legendary heroes that have been forgotten through time. One of these was Briar Rose.
Feels bad.
In her youth, Briar began to show special abilities, that of a hero.
I'm silly.
She grew up in a wealthy area with her parents. That was until her parents fell on hard times. Shortly after this, a tragic accident resulted in the death of her mother. Her father, upset, blamed Briar for the death, believing that she could have done something to prevent it, when, in reality, there was nothing that she could have done. With this, he cast her out, where she had to learn to fend for herself.
Nice.
With her special abilities in mind, Briar travelled to the Heroes Guild. Here, she was trained to be a hero. With her training, she decided to rely on intelligence and skill, rather than physical strength, unless needed. Within the guild, she found companionship in the many books that its library had to offer, feeling more secure here, more secure than she had in her childhood. Spending hours with her books, Briar learned about Albion and its history, believing this information would be useful when travelling around Albion while performing quests. Alongside her knowledge, Briar trained with a katana, while dabbling in both offensive and defensive will abilities, mastering the ability to force push attackers and create illusions of herself to confuse foes. Coming across as both intelligent and arrogant, Briar always aimed to do the right thing for the people of Albion. And so, for years, she completed tasks and quests on behalf of the guild. With her deeds becoming known around Albion, Briar amassed followers, showing her trophies to those around her, feeding her arrogance once more. With this attitude, she began to look down on the newer graduates of the guild, even attempting to avoid speaking to them in public settings, believing that being associated with a new hero would diminish her perception to her fans. After years, now seen as a veteran of the guild, Briar comes across a young hero just beginning his journey. She sees him as unworthy of the small amount of attention he has been getting from his small quests around Albion. As she had done with many newer members of the guild, she belittles him. Over the years, Briar continues with her adventures and thirst for knowledge. She begins to hear more and more about the young hero she had dismissed years before, with his feats sounding more and more impressive, one of these completing the Witchwood Arena. With him now having a following, she decides to request his aid in fighting off some minions in Darkwood. Here, she begins to respect the hero and his abilities. During Jack of Blades' attack on Albion, while activating the focus sites, Briar jumped in to help by fighting off minions and helping the hero of Oakvale get to Jack. After the hero successfully defeats Jack, Briar leaves Albion in search of knowledge past its shores. A year later, Briar hears about an investigation into the Northern Wastes, and travels there to help the hero of Oakvale, now feeling great respect for him. They discover the locked Bronze Gate and Archon Shrine. Behind the gate, Jack of Blades' new form. Here, she uses her knowledge of Albion and its history to decipher the requirements to open the gate. She explains that the hero needs certain souls, and one by one, she sends the hero to go and collect them. First, the king of the arena. Second, the heroine. Briar explains that he could take his already deceased mother's soul, as she was a heroine. It is said that the hero also thought about taking Briar's soul, so that his mother could still rest in peace, in combination with the years of arrogance and disdain Briar had given him. It is unknown whether the hero of Oakvale chose to take his mother's soul, or whether he took Briar's instead. But he did fight Jack behind that Bronze Gate shortly after. Although Briar's history goes silent after this point, it could possibly mean that she simply decided to move away from the spotlight and attention that comes with being a hero. 500 years later, her name is still known by some, even one weapon named after her, Briar's Blaster. Some believe that although Briar was seen as arrogant and annoying, she was simply misunderstood. The life of a hero is hard, and people will perceive your actions in different ways. Nevertheless, she made an impact on the history of Albion. It is interesting to think how events would have played out without her. Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on Briar Rose. What did you think? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. What would you like to see next? Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Bye. The lore behind the Homestead Realm. Throughout the lands of Albion, mystical and magical items can be found. During the age of the Old Kingdom, powerful will users were able to use their abilities to create and shape the world around them just from thought. Their abilities coming from their close connection to the first hero, William Black. Throughout the years, the hero bloodline became more and more diluted until eventually those of hero descent relied on gauntlets to access their abilities. During the Age of Enlightenment, within the region of Oakfield, a demon door resides, its existence to protect the secrets behind it, requiring something in exchange to be opened. In this case, the door required to see a display of true love and affection. The door crafted to protect its treasures hidden inside. Seen as a relic of an age long gone. This door was created many years before by once extremely strong will users. Inside this door, the Homestead Realm. Within the Homestead Realm lays Serenity Farm. This stunning region housing an idyllic home, a windmill, a chicken coop, a well, and land to farm on. A peaceful aura surrounds the farm, with its vibrant colours and serene views. Its fast-moving blue and purple clouds showing the magic around. It is said that the magic of this realm removes the harshness and the nature of the world of Albion, stopping the threats of Albion from even entering. With this, scholars believe this to be a place where many great heroes had lived. One of these being the hero of Oakvale, who they believe had spent his last years taking in the realm's luscious views, away from the harsh reality of Albion. Past the stone bridge and inside the windmill is a chest. This chest containing the treasure that this realm was created for in the first place, the Amethyst. This hammer is seen by some as a legendary weapon, said to have appeared through history and made its master invincible while being held. A weapon of this caliber, understandably worthy of being stored in such a place. A small realm outside of a world full of violence and aggression. An adventurer would be lucky to stumble upon such a place, perfectly crafted by once powerful will users. And so I ask Hero, if you were to discover this area, would you stay here forever, or would you return to the troubled lands of Albion? Hello heroes, thank you for watching this lore episode on Homestead. This was a smaller episode this week, but I felt like this area deserved a video. What did you think? Would you like more Demon Door videos? As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
Good morning. It's a great day to be a VOT International shareholder because I am thrilled to report our...
Hey guys, Skyrim here. Before we begin this video, I'd just like to ask that if you're enjoying these lore videos, it would mean so much if you could take 2 seconds to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. It helps so much with the growth of the channel. Also, share this with one of your friends. Now, on with the video. The lore behind Screamers. The lands of Albion have many interesting and magical creatures that roam the country. From Balverines in its forests to Hobbs in its caves. But not many residents of Albion know of the Screamer. Encountered by the residents of Hook Coast during the Age of Heroes. These creatures levitate in the air, clothed by ragged and torn robes. These creatures resemble old hags with their long, sharp nails, decomposed limbs, and gaunt faces. Said to attack villages at night, the only defense against these beings is said to be weapons augmented with silver and fire, although these weapons are hard to come by to the regular villager. Named after their terrifying scream, these creatures attack their victims by draining their life, one scream at a time. Although seen as monsters to some, the tragic origin of each of these beings may allow you to feel sorry for them. Before becoming a Screamer, the being was once a man gifted with the abilities of will. With their powers, they opposed the evil Jack of Blades, and in return, Jack used his abilities to curse them. This curse turned them from men into terrifying beings caught in the netherworld. Their physical disposition is simply one factor of the curse, the other part being that this curse resulted in them never being able to rest, constantly moaning and in pain. The only way to find rest being to feed on the souls of the living and to torture the souls of the dead. It is said that any who die must pass through the realm of death to find peace. Inside of this realm, the Screamers wait to torture these passing souls, this torture giving the Screamers peace, while the passing souls must escape their screams to find rest. These once powerful will users dared to oppose Jack of Blades for a better Albion. Now, they are used as pawns for his plans to take over Albion, forever stuck in a cycle of unrest. They prey on victims just to feel seconds of peace before falling back into anguish. Let me ask you, hero, if you were to be caught in this cycle, would you suffer, or would you feed on the living and torture the souls of the dead to have relief? Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on Screamers. I'd just like to thank my gold tier patrons: Jonas, Matthias Crockfist, Scruffsroom, Sheev Palpatine, Zero XP Podcast, Sal Clownstrophy and Lewis. Your support helps me make these videos. As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Now, enjoy your day. Bye. The lore behind the Corruptor. In Albion's long history, there have been many evil beings that have attempted to take over the lands, but one that has not yet been seen by the civilians of Albion is still waiting for its next chance to strike: the Corruptor. Back before the Old Kingdom, the villagers of Albion lived in fear from the court, evil beings that resided within the Void, a plane outside of the world that we know. The first hero, William Black, discovered he had abilities and entered the Void with the intention to free Albion from their rule. Standing before Jack of Blades, who intended to use the Sword of Aeons to enslave him. After a brief confrontation, William was unable to defeat Jack, although he was able to steal the sword and return to Albion. Unknown to William, while inside of the Void, he had become infected with a corrupting disease. Now with the sword, William freed Albion of the court's rule, and he became the first Archon, resulting in the creation of the Old Kingdom, his heroic powers beginning a bloodline of heroes. After many years, the disease that William had contracted had begun to waste away his body and mind. And so, he returned to the Void and was able to purge this evil out of his body. This evil, having sprung from William, formed the Corruption and the Corruptor. And as time went on within the Void, the Corruptor believed that it had the right to rule Albion just as much as William. For centuries, it waited in the expanse of the evil plane, waiting for a gateway to open between the Void and Albion, waiting to cover Albion in darkness and take over. After the creation of the first Spire, the combined will energy in one spot created a rift between Albion and the Void. With this, the Corruptor sent its strongest lieutenant, the Crawler, into Albion. By this time, many heroes lived within the Great Kingdom, and so, the greatest heroes of the land, Sol, Blaze and Stone, fought against the Crawler. Although unable to defeat it, they imprisoned it within Shadelight Dungeon in the faraway land of Aurora. Although Albion was saved from the Crawler, the heroes' power, in combination with the Spire, resulted in the Spire exploding, destroying the Spire, the Old Kingdom, and closing the rift. With the connection to Albion closed, the Corruptor waited yet again for another chance to take over the kingdom it's believed to be theirs. In Albion, centuries passed, from the Age of Heroes through to the Age of Enlightenment. Within this age, Teresa, a blind seer, discovered information about an Old Kingdom artifact that had the ability to grant a single wish, the Spire, and with this, she put her plan in motion to have it built, believing it would help Albion from evil in the future. After decades of manipulation, the Spire was rebuilt, and with this, Teresa was able to take control of the Spire and a wish was made. Unknown to the people of Albion, the completion of the Spire had awakened the Crawler within the Shadelight Dungeon of Aurora, and over the next 50 years, it attacked Aurora, sending out its shadows to attack the living. The spire also became a focal point for corruption, and over time would continue to grow. The crawler used its powers to purge the majority of life from Aurora, leaving one single city. Now strong, the crawler planned to move on to Albion and help the corruptor take over. With her prophetic abilities, Teresa saw what was to come, and so she sought out a hero that would be able to defend Albion, while looking for a way to defeat the corruption entirely. Making herself known to the youngest child of the hero of Bowstone, she decided that they would be the one to stop the crawler. On Teresa's path, and years of training and promises, the hero of Brightwall became ruler of Albion. As Teresa had foreseen, the hero brought the armies of Albion together, ready to fight against this great evil. As the crawler reached Albion, it attacked Bowstone, covering it in darkness and shadows. In this legendary battle of Bowstone, the crawler possessed the hero's aide, Walter. Although unwilling, the hero had to fight Walter, resulting in his death and severely wounding the crawler. This successful fight for the people of Albion resulted in another failed attempt of the corruptor attempting to take over. Its plans always foiled by a hero. Within the following 50 years, the hero of Brightwall disappeared while exploring Samarkand. With this, the corruptor believed it was time to strike again. This time, sending its two other lieutenants, the Devourer and the Temptress, to corrupt Albion and its creatures. The mission to build the corruptor an army of corrupted creatures in preparation for its arrival in Albion. On its way into Albion, the Devourer wounds Teresa, damaging her powers of foresight, forcing her to leave the spire, where it would now be under the control of the corruption. Slowly but surely, the corruption began to spread across Albion. Unfortunately for the corruptor, once again, Teresa guides an unlikely hero, Gabriel, and together, they defeat the Devourer and the Temptress, and make their way back to the spire. Arriving at the spire, and with the corruption surrounding the area, Gabriel channels the light through Teresa, and she makes a wish. This wish resulting in the apparent death of Teresa and the destruction of the spire. Once again, closing the rift between Albion and the Void, stopping the corruptor from claiming its kingdom. Still trapped in the Void, waiting for another chance to take the kingdom it believed it was owed. Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on the Corruptor. I'd like to thank my gold tier patrons: Jonas, Matthias Crockfist, Scruffsroom, Sheev Palpatine, Zero XP Podcast, Sarclownstrophy, and Lewis. Your support helps me make these videos. As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
Introducing Milo's Rewards. The new way to unlock savings from the palm of your hand. With every purchase, all loyalty members
Hey guys, Skyrim here. Before we begin this video, I'd just like to ask that if you're enjoying these lore videos, it would mean so much if you could take 2 seconds to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. It helps so much with the growth of the channel. Also, share this with one of your friends. Now, on with the video. The lore behind gnomes. During the Age of Industry, located around Albion, a resident of this great land may be deeply hurt, not by violence, but by being insulted. One might hear, "I sensed your presence before you even arrived. What did you eat?" Or even, "Oh, I didn't notice you there. How do you like being so insignificant?" These words, cutting deeper than a balverine's claw, but surprisingly, they come from small, unassuming gnomes scattered throughout the land. Where did these nasty creatures come from? It is said by some scholars that long before humanity populated Albion, gnomes lived in happiness, in harmony with nature. It is even said by some that gnomes populated Albion before any other known creature. As more species came into existence, and eventually humanity, the humans grew, creating settlements and building towns. As humans do best, they used Albion for war and selfish purposes to gain control over their own species. The gnomes did not approve of this and attempted to negotiate with them in the hope that Albion could return to peaceful times. With their attempts failing, the gnomes resorted to name-calling and insulting the humans. In return, the humans saw them as a nuisance, and the species became hunted. Only the smartest gnomes managed to escape, and they went into hiding. Only 50 survived, and with this, a powerful wizard used his abilities to curse the remaining gnomes into an unanimated state, frozen, able to view the world around them, and over the centuries, able to see what humanity had done to their land, but unable to do anything about it.
Damn.
By the Age of Industry, many years had passed since their curse. With history, documents had scattered through time, and an eccentric man named Brian came across these and became aware of the gnomes around Albion. Here, he made it his mission to collect them all. His favourite gnome, Jonathan, somehow informs him that by using an ancient artifact, a gargoyle, he could make every gnome sentient, and then they would all be able to speak to him and become his friend. Unknown to Brian, becoming sentient would help break the curse, and the gnomes would be able to flee. After finally collecting all of the gnomes, Brian uses an ancient spell combined with a gargoyle in an attempt to bring his friends to life. The spell is successful and the gnomes speak, offering compliments and advice. The gnomes also sing with Brian. All seems good. Shortly after this, the gnomes return to their normal selves and run away, and begin to insult the humans that had come into contact with them. One gnome, Lionel, stays with Brian and insults him. That is, until the hero of Brightwall shoots the gnome, restoring the curse and returning Lionel to Brian's gnome garden. Here, the hero makes it their mission to shoot all 50 gnomes and return them to Brian. In the near future, the great Ben Finn wrote in his diary of an adventure where he was aided by these creatures, and although the gnome insulted him throughout his journey, they worked together to help the city of Blackholm. It is interesting to note that Ben is told by his gnome companion, Ginger, that all gnomes are female, although trusting the words of a gnome is questionable. Seen as annoying by some, and even extremely hurtful to others, the gnomes, in a way, are victims of humanity. They simply wanted peace in Albion, and when the humans disagreed, the gnomes were cursed with an awful fate. So, if you are lucky enough to discover a gnome within Albion, maybe give it a compliment. It deserves it. Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on gnomes. I'd like to thank my gold tier patrons, Jonas, Matthias Crockfist, Scruff Support helps me.
Is your world a tangled mess? Conca is a world building platform that gives you clear structure, but still
Ugh.
Hey guys, Skyrim here. Before we begin this video, I'd just like to ask that if you're enjoying these lore videos, it would mean so much if you could take 2 seconds to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. It helps so much with the growth of the channel. Also, share this with one of your friends. Now, on with the video. The lore behind Jack of Blades. In Albion's long history, there have been many who have sought to take over and control the land, to bend this world to their will and enslave its citizens. One almost succeeded. And who was this, you ask? Jack of Blades. Back before the Age of Heroes, and before the Old Kingdom, Albion was under the control of the evil beings of the court from a realm called the Void. Within this realm, Jack of Blades, Queen of Blades, and the Knight of Blades controlled the citizens of Albion through fear and threat using magical means. Although humans had existed for hundreds of years, the court had already existed for many more, enslaving the lesser mortal creatures with their power. The members of the court all had a mask, their masks capable of holding their souls, essentially allowing them to be eternal beings. Only seen possessing other creatures, no one had seen their true demonic forms. Well, not anyone that lived to talk about it. Unfortunately for the court, within the human population, a young man by the name of William Black appeared to possess magical abilities, and he made it his mission to destroy the court and free Albion from their rule. Seeing an opportunity, Jack planned to summon William to his realm and enslave him with an ancient and powerful weapon, the Sword of Aeons. One night, William studied an ancient tome to learn about the court. Here, Jack summoned him to the Void. Although Jack attempted to use the sword to enslave him, William's power was far too great and he escaped, taking Jack's sword with him. With the sword and its power, William managed to defeat the Knight of Blades in combat, killing it. Next, Jack attacked. In an epic battle, William managed to shatter Jack's body, although Jack's soul escaped. Next, William fought with the Queen of Blades and killed her after weeks of battle. With all 3 members of the court thought dead, Albion was released from them, and humanity thrived. With this, a kingdom grew. The mask of Jack appeared on the faces of dozens of heroes throughout the years, all claiming to be Jack while wearing it. Many believe that the mask acted as a vessel to hold the soul of Jack, and so whoever came across it and was lured in by its promise of power became possessed by him. As the heroes wore the mask with a crimson hood and gauntlets to conceal any part of their physical appearance, no one could confirm that he was the same person all along. The only feature visible being his demonic glowing eyes which shone through the eye holes. Along his waist, 2 other masks. Some believe these to be the masks of the Queen and Knight of Blades after their souls had been destroyed by William years before. With his ability to jump between bodies, Jack was able to take advantage of the heroic abilities these possessed, where he was shown to be a master of all 3 hero disciplines: strength, skill, and will. Stories of his nightmarish actions became tales that were told across Albion, one of these being the creation of the Screamer, will users tormented for eternity after they dared to go against him. these poor souls cursed to feel constant pain unless draining the life essence from the living. Over hundreds of years and many eras, from the destruction of the Old Kingdom to the rebuilding of a new Albion, his terrifying stories still filled the world where even the Guild of Heroes feared his potential return. Within the snowy region of Hook Coast, Jack came across a small boy and his family being attacked by Balverines. Although unable to save the parents, Jack saved the boy, and from that moment, Maze worked for him and committed awful deeds under his command. Jack also met with a young Elvira Grey and convinced her to murder her sister. In return, Elvira would become the new mayor of Bowstone. It is also said that Jack was vital in the Battle of Bloody Harvest, although the details of this battle are still shrouded in mystery. Although most of his deeds evil, Jack still, by some, was celebrated as a hero. With his ability to manipulate important members of Albion, Jack had power and access to regions across the country. With this, he had power over Bargate Prison and seedy individuals around the towns. Although powerful, Jack's true aim was to recover the sword that had been stolen from him years ago. With the sword, he could control Albion. Discovering that his sword was locked away behind a ritual created by William Black, Jack sought out a hero that belonged to William's direct bloodline. Then, he discovered a family in the small farming village of Oakvale. In this town, one night, Jack ordered a bandit attack led by Maze to seek out the family. Discovering the house that they lived in, Jack attacked. He had the mother, Scarlet Robe, imprisoned within Bargate Prison. He stabbed her husband, Brom, and left him to bleed out. He turned to their daughter, Teresa, and cut out her eyes while she fled into the forest. And finally, they looked for her brother, who was nowhere to be seen. With a hero linked to William Black in his custody, he tortured Scarlet to find out how to unlock the secrets of the ritual to get back his sword that had been stolen centuries before. But, for years, Scarlet resisted and refused to tell him anything. With his power and his seedy influence growing within Albion, Jack attempted to enter a demon door in a region now known as Fairfax Gardens. Although mighty and powerful, the door refused him entry. The boy that had evaded the attack that night in Oakvale grew, and with being a part of the ancient bloodline, he became extremely powerful. Through the years, he graduated from the Heroes Guild and performed quests across Albion, earning him fame and renown. With his renown, he was given the opportunity to fight in the Witchwood Arena. As the hero fought the arena's rounds, Jack viewed from above with a plan in mind. Successfully completing the arena, the young hero stared at a statue of his mother, who had been an arena champion. Here, Jack hands him the champion seal for completing the arena. Unknown to the hero, Jack would now use it to listen to his activities. The hero is later informed by his sister that their mother is trapped within Bargate Prison under Jack. With this information, the hero goes to save her. The hero travels to Bargate Prison to save his mother, but is stopped by Jack on their way out. Now, Jack had two heroes from the ancient bloodline. For a year, the guards and Jack attempt to gather the information, but they remain silent. After a long year, the hero manages to escape with his mother. Although managing to escape, Maze learns of the old abbey in Hook Coast and manages to kidnap Teresa and uses her bloodline to perform a ritual. With this complete, Jack acquires the Septimal Key and begins the next part of the ritual by activating the focus sites scattered throughout Albion. With all of the focus sites activated, Jack successfully attacks the Heroes Guild and enters the Chamber of Fate. Now with the Sword of Aeons in his reach, he kills a recaptured Scarlet in front of her son, her connection to the ancient bloodline being the final piece needed to give the sword its power. After all of these years of waiting, planning, manipulation and murder, Jack finally reclaims his sword. After an epic battle, the hero of Oakvale defeats him just minutes after receiving his sword. The destruction of his body creates a vortex, and with this, Jack's soul escapes the mask and so he survives again. Over the next year, Jack looks for a new host to possess and finds himself within Archon's Folly in the Northern Wastes. Here, he is able to take the form of a dragon. From here, Jack uses his abilities to bind summoners to Albion, where they attack for him past the Bronze Gate. Past the gate, William Black, now going by the name of Scythe, attempts to stop the evil Jack conjures. With fear and unrest in the Northern Wastes due to Jack's antics, the hero of Oakvale travels north and, using Jack's old mask, he acquires souls to unlock the mechanism locking the Bronze Gate. As the hero steps inside, he discovers the new form of Jack and they battle once again. As with his previous battles with members of this bloodline, Jack is defeated, and with this, the hero uses the mask to absorb his soul. Here, Jack is at the hero's mercy, his last chance to convince the hero to wear the mask, which would give him more power, but he would lose his free will in the process. With this decision, it is said that the hero threw the mask containing Jack's soul into the fires of the region, destroying the mask, and with this, Jack's soul. Although believed to be dead by many, Jack's name still appears through the land. Some say that Jack took over the small village of Oddwood, while others believe that Jack goes by a new name and uses a glamour to appear as a regular human. Even by the Age of Enlightenment, 500 years later, the Cult of Blades still worships Jack as a god, branding themselves with a tattoo in honour of him, waiting for his return. Jack had escaped death multiple times through trickery, so maybe, just maybe, there could be a small chance that he is out there somewhere. What do you think, hero? Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on Jack of Blades. I'd just like to thank my gold tier patrons, Jonas, Matthias Crockfist, Scruffstroom, Sheev Palpatine, 0x. Although managing to escape, Maze learns of the old abbey in Hook Coast, is the mask to absorb the mask appears through the land, uses a glamour to appear as a regular human through the land. This, Jack's soul. Jack's soul into the fires of the region, destroying the mask, and with this, Jack's soul. Although believed to be dead by many, Jack's name still appears through the land. Some say that Jack took over the small village of Oddwood, while others believe that Jack goes by a new name and uses a glamour to appear as a regular human. Even by the Age of Enlightenment, 500 years later, the Cult of Blades still worships Jack as a god, branding themselves with a tattoo in honour of him, waiting for his return. Jack had escaped death multiple times through trickery, so maybe, just maybe, there could be a small chance that he is out there somewhere. What do you think, hero.
I think it'd be pretty cool.
Hello
if he came
heroes,
back
thank
in
you
the
for
new,
watching this little episode on Jack of Blades.
in the new Fable game that's coming out soon, I think, I hope. That'd be pretty pog. That'd be pretty cool.
The lore behind dragons. Within the vast lands of Albion, many mystical creatures of legend have lived through the lands. From krakens and gnomes to sirens and the mighty Balvorn, Albion truly has had, and in some cases still has, terrifying magical creatures. Although thought to be a myth by the residents of Albion, it is said that in the northern wastes and scattered parts of the world, dragons still exist. Before man existed, and before the world was overrun by various creatures, dragons dominated the skies, while other terrifying creatures controlled the land and the seas. As a predatory species, the dragons were large, scaly beasts with huge wings allowing them to take flight. On the front of their wings, on their back and their feet, sharp claws. These claws having the ability to impale a target on impact. In their mouths, razor-sharp teeth allowing them to chew and eat almost anything. Their most damaging attack being their ability to breathe fire at will, burning down anything in the vicinity. As a large beast, even landing with haste destroys the ground below it, causing waves of energy to obliterate anything in its path. As with all hunters and prey, after a long period of time, a new creature adapts and makes their way to the top of the food chain and hunts those below it. As humans came to be, they grew, learned the lands, and formed the Old Kingdom. With this, they fought with the dragons for power and control. Within the human population, they developed amazing abilities and were able to have a fighting chance against the beasts. As many years passed, the humans hunted the dragons for sport and the species dwindled. Their bones were used to craft weapons to be used against them. Alongside this, a faction named the Dragon Knights, a strong group of heroes led by the legendary hero Holder, were able to control some remaining dragons, to the point where they rode them as mounts into many battles to protect the men and women of Albion. Alongside their dragon companions, each Dragon Knight was said to wield a powerful weapon, the Soulless Greatsword. After the annihilation and control of their species, the last few free dragons left the mainland and travelled to other parts of the world. Some went to the mountains, some went to the northern wastes, and others flew to Samarkand. Within the northern wastes, and as the years passed, without an enemy to fight against, the dragons became less powerful, with their breath becoming less dangerous. This strong species reduced to solitude for survival. Nearing the end of the Age of Heroes, it was believed that all dragons were near extinction. That was until the hero of Oakvale travelled to Archon's Folly within the Northern Wastes and fought against Jack of Blades, who had taken the form of a dragon. Although not a true dragon, after Jack was slain and the hero looked at the body, he could hear the wings flapping and roars of dragons in the distance, past the lava and over the mountains. Even later, after 500 years, within the eastern continent of Samarkand, it is said that dragons scarcely roam the lands. In documents, it was found that a dragon was formed from a request. This dragon went by the name of Percival, and he attempted to help the hero of Brightwall overthrow a tyrannical empress. With the passing of the Age of Heroes, and with humans now resorting to the use of technology instead of magic, if many dragons do still exist, then maybe one day they'll be able to take back their skies without a hero to stop them. Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on dragons. I'd just like to thank my gold tier patrons: Jonas, Matthias Crockfist, Scruffroom, Sheev Palpatine, Zero XP Podcast, Star Clownstrophy and Lewis. Your support helps me make these videos, thank you. As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Now, enjoy your day. Bye. Hey guys, Scarron here. Before we begin this video, I'd just like to ask that if you're enjoying these lore videos, it would mean so much if you could take 2 seconds to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. It helps so much with the growth of the channel. Also, share this with one of your friends.
Nice.
Now, on with the video. The lore behind nymphs. While exploring the vast lands of Albion, an explorer may come across dangerous creatures that could end their journey. One of these creatures are nymphs. Born from nature, these seemingly playful, but in reality sadistic creatures typically travel in pairs and show their twisted sense of humour when they meet the other inhabitants of Albion. Easily identifiable from their bright orbs which allow them to avoid any form of attack, nymphs float around their domain. Although invulnerable in this form, the nymphs cannot use their dangerous abilities when orbed. When coming out of their orb, their appearance resembles that of a small female human with wings. As a more intelligent species, they possess the ability to speak to humans, where they are able to manipulate them. Although, in most cases, they typically taunt their victims, laughing at their attempts to harm them. When coming across a threat, the nymphs simply orb away or get ready to fight. With being fairly small, they are naturally quick and agile, which allows them to evade attacks, giving them the upper hand in a confrontation. As with many of the creatures of Albion, there are different variations of the species depending on which environment they come from. The weakest variation and seemingly most common have been found within the forests of Greatwood. The wood nymph are recognizable by their green orb and mossy wooden body. With the ability to fly, they are able to evade the swings of an attacker's blade, using the power of nature to cause serious damage. If an adventurer were to discover them, the nymph could use their magic to instantly create a damaging thornbush. Alongside this nymph also has the ability to summon scorpions to aid them in combat. Although seen as the weakest of its species, a combination of these abilities would surely require a skilled traveller to survive a confrontation with one of these. Within the marshes of Darkwood and other regions of vast water, it has been noted the water nymphs reside. These nymphs are recognisable by their blue orbs and their blue complexion that matches their surroundings. These nymphs are slightly more powerful than their lower wooden species. As being a creature of nature, these nymphs have the ability to summon hobs to fight for them, brutish creatures that will stop at nothing to kill their target. Found in the region of Witchwood, the rarer and most powerful of the species discovered is the succubus nymph. These creatures are noticed by their dark purple skin and evil aura that follows them around. This nymph is the most deadly to come across alone, as it has the ability to conjure fireballs that detonate on impact, resulting in a release of shards that impale any who are unlucky enough to be within the impact range. In combination with this, they also have the ability to summon undead soldiers to fight on their behalf. A deadly combination. It has been noted that some variations of this deadly species have a more powerful version. The Hob Queen was discovered during the Age of Heroes by a hero completing a quest on behalf of the Heroes Guild. This nymph appeared to be an enhanced version of a water nymph. Within the Northern Wastes, the Succubus Queen was also discovered by a hero. Again, this nymph was an enhanced version of a succubus nymph. These nymphs had discovered a way to summon wraiths, extremely difficult creatures to defeat on their own. Alongside their evolved traits, these nymphs had also changed their appearance slightly, showing deep purple and yellow markings with a darker aura surrounding them. Although not seen during the Age of Heroes, it is said that there was a fourth unseen type, the Dark Nymph, these being the most sinister of all. It is said that these were responsible for the creation of the Hob species using dark magic. These nymphs were said to have taken in lost children who were unlucky to fall on their path, later devouring their souls. This process turning the children into the awful, brutish creatures that plague Albion even to this day. Over the following years and ages, these intelligent creatures seem to have disappeared from existence, as no one seems to have come across them. Or, as with most creatures, they may have evolved to adapt to the new world. So maybe they're out there, but those unlucky few that have come across them just didn't get a chance to talk about it. Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on nymphs. I'd just like to thank my gold tier patrons, Jonas, Matthias Crockfist, Scruffroom, Sheev Palpatine, Zero XP Podcast, Cyclownstrophy, and Lewis. Your support helps me make these videos, thank you. As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Now, enjoy your day, bye.
There's a point at the end of a project when you realize, but what in the world do I want in here? Or here? On HomeDepot.com, DIY also means
the lore behind the Snowspire Oracle. Throughout the many regions of Albion, remnants of the Old Kingdom can be found in the darkest caves, luscious forests, and the tallest mountains. Within the small village of Snowspire in the Northern Wastes, located at its peak, carved into a large rock, is the Snowspire Oracle, an extremely powerful, will-infused artifact capable of providing prophetic words of wisdom to those that ask it questions. Where did this come from? Centuries before, during the Age of the Old Kingdom, citizens of a great kingdom expanded their reach on the land of Albion by creating settlements across the country. Travelling across an icy sea, within the Northern Wastes, they created the town of Snowspire. During this time, the Third Archon ruled. Under his command, he ordered that an enormous magical monument be created that would aid the kingdom in the future. His wish for the artifact to keep a record of the past and present, while being able to foretell any future disasters that may cause major harm to the kingdom. To accomplish this, 4 powerful will users worked together to make the Archon's vision a reality. Yeron, Morik, Caloran, and Avista worked together and created glyphs, each glyph cataloguing the known history of the kingdom and the world around it. These glyphs were then used in combination with carved out faces within the stone at the top of the town. Infused with their complex will, they brought life to the faces that would now speak to those around it with their knowledge inscribed on the glyphs attached to them. Although crafted to foretell any disastrous event that may destroy the kingdom. One day, after many Archons had come and gone, and the kingdom had grown to a great extent, the Spire, another powerful artifact, exploded, destroying everything around it. It is unknown if the Oracle warned its owners of this upcoming disaster, or whether the last Archon, who had become cruel and obsessed with power, had refused to listen. Although a part of the kingdom, the town of Snowspire was protected from the catastrophic event as the blast didn't expand past the icy waters. And so, the town survived, but darker days were to come. After the kingdom fell, the town was alone for centuries, and it suffered many attacks from barbarians attempting to pillage its valuables. Due to these repeated attacks, the Oracle was seen as too valuable to be used for evil purposes, and so, the glyphs that had been created centuries before were taken from the structure and hidden within the local fallen town of Necropolis, a haunted place where a tragic event had occurred. Over the following years and ages, the town of Snowspire became smaller and smaller until it became a village. With the arrival of the hero of Oakvale in the Northern Wastes, the great hero Scythe asked him to recover these pieces from Necropolis to reactivate the Oracle. After completing this task, the hero and Scythe used the Oracle's knowledge to defeat Jack of Blades once and for all. After Jack was defeated, the Oracle stayed at the top of the small village of Snowspire, answering questions about the people, creatures, lore, and history of Albion. Centuries later, the small village of Snowspire and its magnificent prophetic artifact are not mentioned in common literature. It is possible that the artifact was destroyed long before this time, or quite possibly, someone was able to take it for themselves and remove all knowledge of its existence. And so I ask you, hero, if you could ask the Oracle anything about the world of Albion, what would it be? Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on the Snowspire Oracle. I'd just like to thank my gold tier patrons, Jonas, Matthias Crockfist, Scruffroom, Sheev Palpatine, 0xp Podcast, Sarcantrophy, and Lewis. Your support helps me make this content. Like, share and subscribe if you enjoyed this. Enjoy your day. Bye.
Welcome to the Duluth Nether Weather Update. Today is going to be another scorcher.
The lore behind Nostro. As many heroes have come and gone throughout the land of Albion, only a few have left their mark and changed the land in a positive way. One of these heroes was Nostro. After the destruction of the Old Kingdom, Albion fell into its darkest age, and for many years, death and suffering filled the lands. The remaining citizens fought for basic items. Food, land, and even fresh water became challenging items to acquire. With this, mercenaries sold their skills to those around, and many died. An age of darkness and blood, slowly leading to the extinction of Albion. During this time, a young bandit and mercenary wanted to make his mark on the world. Sensing his ambition, Scythe, the first hero, sought out Nostro and nurtured this part of him. Within Nostro, Scythe could see a leader that would one day help unite Albion and stop the needless bloodshed that filled the land. With the persuasion and advice given by Scythe, Nostro followed his guidance and, together, they sought out to bring peace to the tortured land. Leaving his bandit life behind him, Nostro was trained by Scythe in the ways of will and how to be a leader of men. With his name being heard across Albion, many people joined him in his efforts to bring peace, and together they formed a guild with Nostro as its leader. Within this guild, its members forced peace on Albion, and the heroes travelled Albion completing quests and keeping peace. As the leader of the Heroes Guild, and with peace and prosperity flowing throughout Albion, Nostro noticed that some of his heroes fought with each other, and so he commissioned an arena on Witchwood Island. Here, the heroes could solve any disputes that they may have without it affecting the work that Nostro had accomplished. Alongside this, it is also said that Nostro commissioned a sword based on the lost sword of Aeons. The sword, Avos Tyr, was then kept in the Heroes Guild in the event that it would be needed to defend Albion. Under the guidance of Scythe, Nostro had not only turned his life around, but he had succeeded in bringing peace and prosperity to Albion. Villages thrived, people were happy, and most importantly, everyone was safe. This was until Nostro met Magdalena. Seeing a way to acquire power, the courtesan seduced Nostro. After falling madly in love with her, Nostro chose to marry her. Unknown to him, Magdalena slowly began to undo all of the positive actions he had committed. With her corruptive nature, the Witchwood Arena degraded from a highly respected place to settle petty squabbles to a source of violent entertainment for the people of Albion. The Heroes Guild changed from a mighty and positive influence to a house of mercenaries simply completing quests for profit and fame. Blinded by love, Nostro could not see the negative influence Magdalena posed until it was too late. After his many years of working with Nostro, Scythe looked at all of the accomplishments now gone, and with disgust, he left Nostro to his fate. As the guild's reputation suffered, Nostro's followers left him, and after seeing that he had nothing left, Magdalena left him too. Now a shell of the man he used to be, Nostro realized what he had done, but he was all alone. One night while eating, an assassin slipped poison into his food. Aware that he was dying, Nostro called upon Scythe to stay with him in his final hours. As Nostro died, he thought about how he had been manipulated. At peace, Scythe watched over him and he died with a friend. After his death, Nostro's remains were placed in the Lynchfield graveyard, which he began to haunt, his soul tormented as he had sought out a true warrior's death and not the one he was given. As the centuries passed, the citizens of Albion began to forget Nostro, his achievements and failures. Throughout these years, the guild was restored to its former self, and Albion thrived once again. A young recruit of this guild later travelled to Lynchfield Graveyard to access a secret passage to Bargate Prison. Now known in the graveyard as the Gatekeeper, Nostro requested that the hero get back his armour that had been looted by the Gravekeeper. After receiving his armour, his helmet, his sword and his shield, Nostro yielded the secret path to the hero. 3 years after aiding the hero, it is rumoured that the hero returned to the graveyard to acquire Nostro's soul to unlock the mechanism for an ancient gate. It is also said that although Nostro would have willingly given his soul to the hero to get his true warrior's death, the hero of Oakvale had to defeat him in combat. If the hero had fought with Nostro, then his soul would then finally be addressed. But If the hero had chosen a different option and left Nostro's soul in the graveyard, then his soul is still in torment, even to this day. And so I ask Hero, what do you think happened to Nostro's long tormented soul? Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on Nostro. I'd just like to thank my gold tier patrons, Jonas, Matthias Crockfist, Scruffstream, Sheev Palpatine, Zero XP Podcast, Sarclantrophy, and Lewis. Your support helps me make these videos, thank you. As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Now, enjoy your day, bye. Hey guys, Scar in here. Before we begin this video, I'd just like to ask that if you're enjoying these lore videos, it would mean so much if you could take
BRB.
seconds to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. It helps so much with the growth of the channel. Also, share this with one of your friends. Now, on with the video. The lore behind Teresa. In the small farming village of Oakvale, a girl was born to the famous heroine Scarlet Robe and her husband, Brom. They called her Teresa. This girl would change Albion for centuries to come. As she grew up in the peaceful village, she gained a little brother and the family lived an innocent life. Over the years, Teresa began to have strange dreams that confused her. Sometimes the dreams would be peaceful, while others would become nightmarish. With these dreams, she would wake up her little brother and he would help her calm down. Unknown to Teresa, these were not mere dreams, but prophetic visions of events to come. With the dreams, she writes of them in her diary. One entry about a big room with a swooshing light in the center of it. this prophecy showing a major event that would change her life forever. On the night before her birthday, Teresa had an awful dream, a dream so terrible that it woke her up. All she could remember from the dream was that she was playing in a field and standing with her brother. The next day, Teresa woke up early to look out over the sea and later went to play in a field near the village gate, waiting for her mother to return for her birthday party. As she played, her brother met her and gave her her present, a box of chocolates, this moment reminiscent of the dream she had had the night before. With her brother, they begin to leave the field to return home, and then Teresa remembers the rest of the dream as it happens before her. A villager runs through the village gate and is struck down by an arrow from a bandit. These bandits, working under the orders of Maze to find the members of an ancient bloodline, unknown to Teresa, her mother, brother and herself were the ones being searched for. Reaching her home, an ancient evil, Jack of Blades, slaughters her father and sends her mother away to a prison. Aware that Teresa had a brother, Jack questions her on his location. With a strong gut, Teresa refuses to tell him anything. In response, Jack pulls out his blade and cuts out her eyes, leaving her for death. After Jack left, Teresa crawled out of the house and into the woods with blood pouring down her face. For 3 days, she wandered blindly around the forest. That was until she was discovered by the Bandit King, Twinblade. With remorse for what she had gone through, Twinblade brought her back to his camp and they tended to her wounds. As she grew stronger, the camp and Twinblade taught her to fight without sight. As she grew older, Teresa's powers improved. Although unable to see with her eyes, her amazing powers of will allowed her to see in other ways. Alongside this, she became vicious with a sword, killing any who opposed her role in the camp. Some believe this to be a connection to her heroic abilities, showing the powers of skill. As she slept, Teresa would whisper dark prophetic truths which protected the camp for years. As a strong member of the camp, Teresa protected it on many occasions. One of these times being when a band of brigands threatened the camp. Alone, she slayed them all. With her power and loyalty to Twinblade, she became the second in command. With her accomplishments in the camp, she became known to some across Albion as the Bandit Seeress. Within the Heroes Guild, a young hero is tasked with seeking out the Seeress, and upon entering the camp, which results in him fighting with Twinblade. As the hero is about to land his final strike on the Bandit King, the Seeress greets him as his sister and explains how she had survived. With a grasp of her abilities, she speaks of his future in riddles, alluding to his battle in the arena and his choice within the Chamber of Fate. Aware of her connection to an ancient bloodline, Teresa uses her will to unlock her brother's connection to the bloodline, making him stronger for his journey ahead. Believing her path with Twinblade and the camp to be complete, Teresa leaves her mentor, the man that had saved her life, and decides to join her brother's journey, believing herself to be needed. As her brother continues his journey, Teresa aids him with information about their bloodline, sending him letters and books about how their power comes from the first Archon himself, but from their lineage. An ancient evil comes for their blood to summon an ancient sword that had been lost aeons ago. After fighting in the arena, Teresa meets with her brother, now known as the hero of Oakvale, and explains to him that Jack of Blades is this great evil she spoke of. She continues to explain that Jack was responsible for the destruction of their village, and that he was the one who had taken away their mother and cut out her eyes. she informs him that their mother had been locked away in Bargate prison for all of these years, while Jack had tortured her to find out how to access the Sword of Aeons. But, as a stubborn hero, she had refused to tell him anything. After her brother leaves for Bargate prison, Teresa waits for his return. Unfortunately, Jack captures her brother, and it takes a whole year for him to escape with their mother. As her family escape, Teresa is then captured by Maze, a powerful wizard working with Jack. Held captive within the Hook Coast Abbey, Maze begins to perform a ritual to acquire the Septimal Key. This key important in activating the focus sites scattered across Albion to find the Sword of Aeons. Luckily, Maze is interrupted by the hero of Oakvale, but as Jack arrives and overpowers him, both the hero and his sister are used together to speed up the ritual. With the ritual complete, Jack takes the key and instructs Maze to take the siblings to the Chamber of Fate for the final part of the Sword of Aeons ritual. Using all of her remaining power, Teresa breaks the spell trapping her brother as she is pulled through a portal to the Chamber of Fate, trapped in a spell until Jack arrives later with their mother. As the sword appears in front of Jack, Teresa's brother runs into the chamber just in time to see Jack slit the throat of their mother, her blood giving the sword power. Still trapped in a spell, Teresa falls unconscious as her brother and Jack fight. Regaining her consciousness, she wakes to see a large vortex where Jack had been defeated in the center of the room. This moment, which she had seen many years before as a child in her small farming village. It is said that the hero of Oakvale thought about whether to take the Sword of Aeons for himself and kill his older sister to gain its full power. But instead, he threw the sword into the vortex where it was lost forever.
We make it easy to save with an online commercial auto quote, because your to-do list is big enough.
With her part in her brother's journey complete, Teresa left Albion and travelled to the mountains to find her own destiny. While in the mountains, Teresa came across Palgan. Palgan was a powerful will user from the Eastern Kingdom who had come to the mountains to meditate with the help of the thin air close to the clouds. He took in Teresa and offered to take her to the Eastern Kingdom. That night, Teresa woke up to find Palgan performing a ritual above her to take her prophetic powers. With a blade, she killed Palgan and took his amulet, a powerful artifact that teleported her to the Eastern Kingdom he spoke of. Now in the east, and away from the worries of Albion, Teresa spent centuries in Samarkand studying its great and vast libraries, learning all she could of the world. Within one of these books, Teresa learned of an old kingdom artifact, the Spire. It was said that this gigantic structure had the ability to grant a single wish to its user, and she decided that it'd be her destiny to have it rebuilt so that no one would ever suffer like she had again from great evil. Over these years, Teresa continued to master her abilities of will to the point where her will energy kept her alive. After 500 years away from Albion, Teresa returned to her homeland with a plan to have the spire rebuilt. Unable to do this herself, she sought out someone that had the means to do so. Through her prophetic abilities, Teresa saw a man that had lost his wife and daughter to a terrible virus. The man, Lucian Fairfax, looked at the world with rage, angry that his family could be simply taken away from him. The man also happened to be extremely wealthy and powerful as the mayor of Bowstone. Manipulating his grief, Teresa used his dreams to drop information about an Old Kingdom artifact that could bring them back. With this, Lucian began to research the Old Kingdom with the help of an Old Kingdom scholar, Garth. With their research, they discovered information on the spire and began to rebuild it. Wishing the spire to be built quickly, Teresa continued to plague Lucian's dreams with cryptic visions and prophetic riddles, turning his grief into an obsession to have the spire built. With his obsession, he became ruthless with those that were hired to build it, enforcing obedience and even kidnapping people from the shores to build against their will. Teresa could see how this grief affected Lucian and the people that had died under his dictatorship, but she saw this as a necessary evil for an Albion that would be safe from evil in the future. After years of the spire being built, Lucian continued to grow mad and more obsessed. Through research, he learned that he required the power of 3 heroes to fully activate the spire's power, but there was also a 4th hero from an ancient bloodline that displayed all 3 hero attributes that would stop him, and so he searched for these heroes. With her powers of foresight, Teresa saw how she would take the spire from Lucian after its completion. Within the old town quarter of Bowerstone, Teresa waits, standing before mystical Murgo, a travelling trader. On his travels, he had met with Teresa previously, and she had given him a music box to sell on his journey. As she had seen in her visions, 2 orphans stand next to her and watch as Murgo attempts to sell his wares. Unknown to them, these children were long descendants of Teresa's brother and part of the ancient bloodline, a bloodline capable of possessing the 3 hero attributes: strength, skill, and will. She convinces them to buy the music box, assuring them that it would allow them to make a wish which would then let them live in the castle, a home which they desired. Unknown to them, only one of them would live in the castle. With her plan in motion, Teresa walks away as the children begin to collect money to buy the music box. After buying the box, they make a wish. It is said that Teresa uses her ways to alert Lucian to their use of the box, and that only a hero could successfully use it. This resulted in the orphans being brought to the castle and tested to see if they were the heroes he required. Unfortunately, Lucian discovers that they are members of a bloodline destined to stop his plan to rebuild the spire, and so he shoots Rose, the elder sister, and then shoots Sparrow, the youngest, and he falls out of the window. Waiting at the bottom of the tower, Teresa takes the child to her home in the gypsy camp outside of Bowerstone, and for years she raises Sparrow, manipulating their grief about Rose, and plans to send the hero on an adventure to overthrow Lucian once the spire was complete and take it for herself. Once of age, Teresa sends Sparrow into the Chamber of Fate. Here, the hero awakens their blood and is able to use their powers of will. Now a hero, Teresa sets out a path for Sparrow to find 3 heroes that would help her overthrow Lucian. Hello heroes, thank you for watching part 1 of Teresa's lore. I'd just like to thank my gold tier patrons: Jonas, Matthias Krokvis, Scruffrim, Sheep Palpatine, Zero XP Podcast, The Arbor. If you found this interesting. Now, enjoy your day. Hey guys, Scarron here. Before we begin this video, if you could with the ground with the lore behind Teresa. When meeting the hero of strength, Sparrow discovers that Sister Hannah is a pacifist monk. This was until her adoptive father is murdered by Lucian's men, an act seemingly orchestrated to remove Hannah's pacifist ways and the need to reenact revenge on Lucian. When meeting the hero of will, Lucian once again becomes aware of his location just as Sparrow arrives, and he is taken to the spire by Lucian, which results in Sparrow later going to the spire to rescue him. After 10 long years of captivity, Sparrow escapes with Garth, his captivity willing him to do anything to enact his revenge. When finally seeking out the final hero, the hero of skill, Reaver at first tries to weaken Sparrow by sending them to the Shadow Court in Wraith Marsh. Upon Sparrow's return, Lucian attacks Reva's mansion after becoming aware that he is the hero of skill and attempts to take him. Travelling through Reva's secret passage, Sparrow and Reva escape to a secluded beach and find Garth and Hammer waiting. Although secret, Lucian also becomes aware of this location and sends shards and soldiers to fight the heroes. After defeating these forces, Reva sees that his home and his ship have been damaged. As he realizes that Lucian will never stop trying to take him, Teresa appears and uses Veers to convince her final hero to aid her in ridding Lucian from the Spire. All of these occurrences that had changed the minds of the heroes, Hammer's father, Garth's imprisonment, and Reva's identity, all seemingly orchestrated by Teresa to further her plan. With the heroes all together, she brings them to Hero Hill and gives them instructions on how to perform a ritual to acquire a great weapon that can stop Lucian. After the ritual is complete, she disappears, ready for what comes next. As foreseen, Lucian appears and takes the 3 heroes he requires to the Spire and shoots Sparrow. Unknown to Lucian, he would be saved by the ritual that had just taken place and also transported to the Spire with the ancient weapon, the music box. As Lucian conducts his own ritual to unlock the power of the Spire, Sparrow enters the chamber and uses the weapon to strip Lucian of all of the power he had just acquired from the Spire and the 3 heroes. Now a vulnerable old man, he falls from a platform to his death. After years of planning and manipulation, Teresa teleports herself into the activated Spire, just where Lucian had stood moments before. Here, she gives her brother's descendant the wish from the Spire and transports the heroes away on their own destiny. Although originally enticed by the wish, the mass collection of will energy from this Spire allowed Teresa to expand her prophetic abilities. Now, she could see thousands of strands of possibilities for the future of Albion, each action having a reaction, and she could prevent true evil as the seer of the Spire. Although responsible for the many deaths that had resulted in the construction of the Spire, Teresa believed that without sacrifice there could be no victory. Now, with every possibility in front of her, Teresa discovers that the first Spire was not destroyed after a wish was cast for a new Albion, but instead, it was destroyed after the heroes of the Old Kingdom fought against an ancient evil that had sent its forces from the Void, a realm beyond this world full of corruption. The Void had been able to open a tear into Albion after the mass amount of will energy was compiled within the first Spire. Upon seeing this, she sees another future for Albion, one that would cover Albion in darkness and corruption. This began when her Spire was rebuilt and woke the Corruptor from its deep sleep in the Void. Within the years of Teresa's acquisition of the Spire, Sparrow becomes the ruler of Albion and has 2 children. After the death of Sparrow, the eldest child, Logan, becomes the new king of Albion. As king, Logan travels to the continent of Aurora and passes through the Shadelight dungeon. Unfortunately for him, due to the Spire's activation years before, the Corruptor's chief lieutenant, the Crawler, who had been imprisoned within the dungeon during the Old Kingdom, had awoken and attacked Logan, killing his men and almost killing him. After being saved by the Auroran leader, Logan returns to Albion and is greeted by Teresa, who tells him that Albion will be attacked in 5 years' time by the darkness, and Albion's population will be exterminated without mercy. To save Albion from this prophecy, Logan becomes a tyrant, putting together an army and collecting funds for the next 4 years to have a fighting chance against the darkness. Unknown to Logan, Teresa could see that Logan had not been blessed with the heroic abilities of his bloodline, but his younger sibling had. And so, she used his tyranny to manipulate his younger sibling to begin a revolution against the king so that a hero would sit on the throne and be strong enough to fight against the great evil. Throughout the young hero's journey, they discover the music box and see a vision of Logan explaining how he would rather have Albion destroyed before he surrendered it. These words appearing to the young hero as Logan speaking against the revolution, when in reality he spoke of the darkness that was on its way. Although aware of Logan's intentions, Teresa failed to mention the context of Logan's speech to manipulate the young hero into beginning the revolution. Using the spire to see all possible threads ahead, and meeting with the young hero in a realm called the Road to Rule, she guides the hero through their path to become the ruler of Albion. After a successful revolution, and now a hero sitting on the throne, Teresa shows the hero a vision of what will happen to Albion if they fail to stop the darkness's attack. The world covered in darkness and life wiped out. For the past 50 years, she had seen this, and now it could be stopped if she could continue to guide the hero properly. Over the year, the hero acquires gold to protect the kingdom and does what they can to ensure its survival. Just before the attack, Teresa tells the hero to do what they were born to do. All of these threads and possibilities all coming together under Teresa's guide, giving Albion a chance to survive the attack. Due to Teresa's help with the preparation, the hero fights with the crawler and defeats it, saving Albion from the corruptor's attack. She had fixed her mistake, but again at the cost of many lives. One of these lives being Sir Walter Beck, an aide to the ruler. At his funeral, Teresa pauses time and says her farewells to the hero, seemingly wanting to keep her hand in this whole affair secret from others. With her path complete with the hero, Teresa returns to the spire once more, and through the next few years, she pushes prophetic dreams to those around Albion, making them act in a way beneficial to Albion without directly getting involved. From the spire, she awaits the next attack from the corruptor. The spire itself, over the years, became a focal point for darkness, until one day, the corruptor sends through the Devourer, another one of his lieutenants. On its way from the void, it attacks Teresa, this attack leaving corruption in her body. Escaping the spire, Teresa comes across Gabriel, a dweller, and she convinces him to help her stop the corruption from spreading over Albion. With the corruption inside of her, she slowly loses her immense prophetic abilities and has to rely on Gabriel to protect her from corrupted creatures. Although not born a hero, Teresa guides him to points around. Escaping the spire, Teresa comes across Gabriel, a dweller, and she convinces from the spire. She awaits the next attack from the corruptor. The spire itself, over the years, became a focal point for darkness, until one day, the corruptor sends through the Devourer, another one of his lieutenants. On its way from the void, it attacks Teresa, this attack leaving corruption in her body. Escaping the spire, Teresa comes across Gabriel, a dweller, and she convinces him to help her stop the corruption from spreading over Albion. With the corruption inside of her, she slowly loses her immense prophetic abilities and has to rely on Gabriel to protect her from corrupted creatures. Although not born a hero, Teresa guides him to points around Albion to collect items to defeat the new threat. He acquires gauntlets that allow him to channel will energy into devastating blows, and after defeating the Devourer and the Temptress, the Corruptor's soldiers, they return to the Spire with a plan to close the rift between Albion and the Void. Entering inside, Teresa, now extremely weak and her powers failing, feels the corruption taking over her body and soul. Aware that the Corruptor will keep fighting for Albion, she makes her final wish as Gabriel protects her from its soldiers. As the wish is made, Teresa tells Gabriel that her time in this world is over and a new age is upon the people of Albion. Although unknown what this wish was, after it had been cast, the darkness was removed from Albion, the rift closed, the spire destroyed, and Albion was safe once again. But Teresa was gone. With Teresa's power now absorbed into Gabriel's gauntlets, it seems that she may have actually moved on from this world. As Gabriel wanders down a now corruption-free beach, he himself, now blind, picks up Teresa's blindfold and becomes the Seer of Albion. Once a young girl in a small farming village, Teresa was pulled by destiny to become the Seer of Albion and the last member of an ancient bloodline, protecting her land even to her last breath. Without this once innocent girl, Albion may have fallen multiple times over the 600 years that she lived. Seen as manipulative to some, many ask if her manipulative tactics to access the spire were worth the many deaths that came with it. But I do ask, Hero, if Teresa hadn't have existed in the first place, would Albion have been better for it? Hello heroes, thank you for watching part 2 of Teresa's Lore. I'd just like to thank my gold tier patrons, Jonas, Matthias Krokvis, Scruffrim, Sheep Palpatine, Zero XP Podcast, The Arbiter and Lewis. Your support helps me make these videos, thank you. As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. The lore behind Understone. Underneath Albion's capital city of Bowstone lays the secret town of Understone. This town is discovered by the hero of Brightwall during the Age of Industry. But where did it come from? And how long has it been down there? 50 years previously, during the Age of Enlightenment, a man called Montague Humes became aware of the possible threat of the spire being built by the mayor, Lucian Fairfax. As a man of great wealth and intelligence, Montague used his gold to construct a town under Bowstone. As the city resided under Bowstone, he played on the name and called it Understone. As the city resided underground, Montague believed that when the spire were to explode, he and those he could convince to come with him would survive the fallout and destruction. With a following, Montague moved into the town and sealed it shut from the world above, from the top of the town, and now, believing the world above to have been destroyed, he lived in his house alone and created a loudspeaker system to address the population below. Using this, he spread propaganda about the destroyed world and created pre-recorded messages to ensure his subjects were influenced by his words, slowly conditioning them to obey him. The messages pushing the mentality that working hard would give them a better tomorrow, to stay away from prohibited areas as they may trigger the deadly automated defense, and most importantly, that Albion had been destroyed and that they all had to stay in Understone for their safety. Leaving the town would result in them being attacked by or even becoming a mutant. On the outskirts of the town, Montague created security systems to protect the town and his mansion from any human or creature that would attempt to harm them. These systems used a unique electrical system to reanimate hollow wolves and hollow hobs to fight any that came near the gates. On top of this, he also creates a mechanical soldier to fight those that had survived his first wave of defense. As the years went on, the world was not destroyed by the spire, but the people below believing it had followed the pre-recorded messages. Through these years, Montague died in his chair, but as his messages continued to be blasted throughout the town, no one ever became aware, assuming him to be alive and living under the orders of a speaker. As the world thrived and the city of Bowerstone grew above, a wall in the cave became exposed to Bowerstone's sewer system. And so, the voice recordings boomed through and could be heard by workers at a factory in Bowerstone Industrial. As the workers did not understand where these noises came from, they became too afraid to work. And so, the owner of the factory, Mr. Boyle, hires the hero of Brightwall to find out where the voices came from and plunder the treasures within. Fighting through the defences, the hero finds the skeleton of a long-deceased Montague Humes. Within their grasp, they have the ability to choose the fate of the town using 2 recordings. One recording telling the citizens that the world above is safe and they can now come and go from the town as they please, while the other option explained that the surface is still unsafe and they're needed to create products in order to save the human race. As the hero is about to make their decision, Mr. Boyle makes his way to the house and attempts to convince the hero to continue to enslave the town and sell the products that the residents are making for a profit in Bowerstone Industrial. Although being convinced, the choice still stays in the hands of the hero. A whole town hidden under the giant city of Bowerstone, originally intended to save its residents from the destruction of Albion, the town and its citizens of Understone now have the chance to return to the world above. Now I ask Hero, if this was your choice, would you enslave the town and take the profit, or would you set them free and allow them to live freely? Hello heroes, thank you for watching this lore episode on Understone. I'd just like to thank my gold tier patrons, Jonas, Matthias Crockfist, Scruffroom, She Palpatine, Zero XP Podcast, Sarcantrophy and Lewis. Your support helps me make these videos, thank you. As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Now, enjoy your day, bye. Hey guys, Skyrim here. Before we begin this video, I'd just like to ask that if you're enjoying these lore videos, it would mean so much if you could take 2 seconds to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. It helps so much with the growth of the channel. Also, share this with one of your friends. Now, on with the video. The lore behind Krakens. While navigating the oceans of Albion, a hero's journey may come to an abrupt end when encountering one of Albion's oldest threats, the mighty Kraken species. Originally created during the Age of the Gods, along with other fantastical creatures that roamed the lands, the Kraken thrived in the deep oceans surrounding the region. Their scaly green skin protects them from incoming attacks, and their large translucent eyes allow them to seek out any prey above and below the water. Under their eyes is a large mouth full of sharp teeth capable of inflicting devastating damage to anyone or anything. The Kraken's most noticeable features are their large protruding tentacles that allow them to navigate the ocean, protect themselves, and attack their prey. Although unseen by its victims, it is believed that this Leviathan creature has a large tail that allows them to speed through the ocean. But any who may have seen the rest of the Kraken likely perished in their need to explore what was visible below the waterline, and so this can only be theorized. As a dominant predator of the ocean, the Kraken use their tentacles to grab on to their target using their suckers, while their other tentacles slam down onto prey, causing devastating damage. The Kraken also have the unique ability to build up energy and expel it through their mouths into a stream of devastation. These attacks, a deadly combination to any who would come into contact with them. Although the land flourished and many creatures inhabited the world, the elusive war of the gods left devastation across the lands and changed it forever. With the old gods gone, many creatures perished during the war while the strongest remained and thrived, taking over the land. Dragons ruled the skies, trolls marched the lands, and krakens dominated the seas. As the years went on, many new species emerged, one of these being humans. As the human species grew, they became smarter and stronger, populating the land around them. With the threat of the creatures that had come before them, the humans began to hunt them down. They hunted the dragons and the trolls, drastically reducing the population, making even a single sighting of one of these creatures a rarity. But the Kraken evaded the people of the Old Kingdom, taking shelter in the deep, unexplored depths of the ocean. As the kingdom expanded, the residents travelled across the oceans to set up new regions to populate. Although powerful on land, the humans were annihilated by the Kraken when passing into their domain, with their ships being destroyed by the nests that scattered the seas. For many years, from the rise of the Old Kingdom, its fall, and well into the Age of Heroes, many heroes yearned to defeat a Kraken for fame and renown, although only a handful have successfully achieved this feat. The legendary hero, Thunder, fought and killed a Kraken while travelling from the Southern Isles to Albion, while the hero of Oakvale also fought a Kraken that had found its way into the sewers of Bargate Prison. It was found in a diary written by the infamous hero Reaver that his ship was attacked by Krakens during the Age of Enlightenment, and there are even said to have been Kraken attacks during the early days of the Age of Industry. Few men have seen a Kraken, and even less have lived to tell their tale. Although one of the oldest creatures to inhabit Albion, they are still one of the most dangerous predators. As the inhabitants of Albion continue to explore the region and expand their hold on the lands, there are still areas within the vast depths of the ocean that have not been explored that could still hold the secrets and the history of a time before humanity. The only thing stopping them is the threat of the mighty Kraken. Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on Krakens. I'd just like to thank my gold tier patrons, Jonas, Scruffroom, Chief Palpatine, Zero XP Podcast, The Arbiter and Lewis. Your support helps me make these videos, thank you. As Hey guys, Scarron here. The lore behind Brightwood. While travelling in many regions of Albion, an adventurer may come across the luscious region of Brightwood. Within the region are relics of history away from a world that had moved on without it. Located near the forests of Greatwood, Brightwood's location in central Albion makes it a pathway for those travelling around the land, connecting villages with its paths. On the outskirts of the region, a demon door, wiki stones, and mysterious rocks are scattered around, all of these remnants of the Old Kingdom, indicating that members of the once grand civilization inhabited the area before the kingdom's fall. Within the forests, many came to build in the region. One group created a fortified tower on a small island to protect their treasure. Another building a fortress near the road to what we now know as the Bandit Coast. This fortress was likely the home of the wild warriors of ancient Brightwood, known around the local region for their use of iron axes in combat. Towards the end of the Age of Heroes, a powerful will user by the name of Stella Malgrave came across Brightwood and used her abilities to create a tower that could be seen from miles away. She came to live in the tower to practice and study spells. Her tower consisted of 4 floors. The base floor simply for storage with a staircase leading upwards to the next floor. The second floor contains a courtyard and a cullis gate. The cullis gate created by a later owner of the tower. From the courtyard, a stunning view of the forest around. Across the bridge leads to a simple living area with a fireplace and a bed. Moving upwards to the 3rd floor is a lab used for studying spells and a small balcony to view everything below. The final floor and attic, only accessible by a ladder, was used to store magical and mysterious artifacts. As the people of Albion began to believe that they did not require heroes anymore, they revolted against them and burned their guild to the ground. They came for Stella in her tower, and although she died, her protective spells remained and stopped any who attempted to destroy the tower. Over the next 500 years, bandits moved in and inhabited the lands, attacking traders that travelled its paths. Along with this, hobs, beetles and balverines migrated to the region, making the forest extremely dangerous. Travelling from the distant land of Samarkand, a warrior monk named Zuna Daichi made her way through Brightwood and discovered Archon's Knot, an ancient dungeon hidden beneath Brightwood Tower. Within the region, she completed its tricks and traps and left her sword, the Daichi, where it would wait for someone worthy to acquire it. As the world moved on and new technology was created in its neighbouring regions, Brightwood stayed the same. Travelling from the farming village of Oakfield, a family came to the forests in the hope that they could set up a new farming community. Although successful in building a small house and constructing one field to harvest, the bandits came to reclaim their land, and so the farm was left empty, just like the tower. During the Age of Enlightenment, Garth, a powerful will user, moved into the Brightwood Tower and made it his home. Here, he researched the Old Kingdom and ancient artifacts, one of the artifacts being a Cullis Gate, which he constructed in the courtyard. The heroes had once used these Cullis Gates to teleport around Albion. Alongside this, a retired guard, Giles, took over Brightwood Farm, and Brightwood was alive again. Although bandits had typically raided the farm, Giles was known to fight against the odds and was capable of defending himself and his family from years of training as a guard. On this farm, Giles crafted a gun, the Enforcer, to protect himself and his family, which he kept in his cellar in case of emergency. Although a stunning region to look at, straying from its path can result in almost certain death as hobs and bandits continue to roam the forests. The Albion Guard attempt to protect those near the entrance to the region, but the travelling traders and game masters have still been known to fall prey to the forces within. The hero of Bower Lake comes to Brightwood during their journey to meet with Garth, but Garth's tower is attacked moments before the hero can reach him. After this, Spire Guards take a hold of the area, making it even more dangerous. After Garth's rescue, he puts the tower up for sale for 250,000 gold pieces. As the years went on, the decisions of the hero of Bower Lake dictated how the region advanced. In one reality, the Brightwood farm grew and thrived in the environment after the bandits were taken out, while in another, the bandits, with the help of the hero, murdered Giles, and the farm became a Holloman-infested area full of death and decay. The region of Brightwood is vast, full of trees, rivers, lakes, and has held on to the history of Albion after the world around it had moved on. And so I ask Hero, if you were to move into this region, would you live in a tower built by a powerful will user, or live a simple life as a farmer? Hello heroes, thank you for watching this lore episode on Brightwood. I'd just like to thank my gold tier patrons, Jonas, Scruffshroom, Sheep Palpatine, Zero X. The lore behind Twinblade. There have been many names that have spread fear into the hearts of the citizens of Albion throughout the years. One of these was Twinblade. As a young man, Twinblade showed the abilities of skill and strength that only those of heroic blood could accomplish. With untapped potential, he enrolled in the Heroes Guild, a place where those with similar abilities could train and hone their skills. While in the guild, Twinblade learned how to control his skills with dual blades. Through his training, he discovered how to fight with skill and take down those that opposed him. Along with his training, he also developed a deep personal code for respect and honor. After years of training, Twinblade graduated from the guild and was given the freedom to use his training to complete quests on behalf of the guild. But he looked back on his time there and decided he would rather use his strength and developed abilities to shape his own way in the world instead. Over time, he slowly began to resent the other heroes and became a thief. It was here that he travelled to the forests of Albion and discovered bandits. He observed their way of life and decided he wanted to become one of them. With his abilities of strength, he fought with the leaders of each clan he came across and slowly united each forest clan where he was hailed the King of Bandits. Over the years, his clan kept him happy and earned him gold. He was finally in a place that he wanted to be. One night, while travelling through a forest near the small farming village of Oakvale, Twinblade came across a young injured girl whose village had been burned to the ground in a bandit raid. He took this girl back to his camp, where he and his men nursed her back to health. During the attack, her eyes had been cut out. Although she was blind, Twinblade could see that she was blessed with the abilities of will and did not require eyes to see in a conventional way, and so he trained her with a blade over the next few years, where she became a true member of his camp. Not only was she skilled with a blade, but she also whispered prophetic truths about the camp's future in her sleep. Twinblade used these whispers to protect his camp and his bandits from any threats that could potentially harm them in the future. Over these years, Teresa protected Twinblade and his men on multiple occasions. One time, taking down a band of brigands that had attempted to attack the camp. From here, Teresa became Twinblade's second in command. Although his camp thrived and his bandits revered him, one day, a young hero came to the camp believing the Bandit King to have been responsible for the destruction of his village. After a deadly confrontation, Twinblade's young seeress stops the hero from giving his final blow to Twinblade. She reveals herself to be the sister of the hero, and although she had served Twinblade well for many years since he had saved her life, Teresa believed her service to him to be complete, and so she left his fate in the hands of the hero. As he had been defeated and dishonoured in front of his whole camp, Twinblade believed himself not to be a king anymore and instructs the young hero to either finish him off or let him be. It is unknown what the young hero decided to do, but a tomb was constructed within the region later known as Wraith Marsh, which stands near to where the camp used to be. In this tomb, Twinblade's body was put to rest. Once a man with superior power, he became what he always wanted to be, a rich, powerful king, revered by those around him. But as he aged, he became complacent and relied on those around him a little too much. And so I ask Hero, which fate did Twinblade deserve? Did he deserve to live after his confrontation and live with the shame of being defeated in front of his men? Or did he deserve to die a true bandit's death? Hello heroes, thank you for watching this little episode on Twinblade. I'd just like to thank my gold tier patrons, Jonas, Scruffroom, Chief Palpatine, Zero XP Podcast, The Arbiter and Lewis. As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
Good morning. Alongside our dear friends at Opera GX, we're proud to present Browser from Vought, with browsing speeds that could give A-Train a run for his money.
Hey guys, Skyrim here, but it means to help now. The lore behind Bowstone. By the age of industry, the city of Bowstone is the capital city of Albion, and the ruler reigns over the towns and villages across the land. How did this city become so powerful? Back during the early days of the Age of Heroes, the humble village of Bowerstone consisted of simply 3 sectors. Bowerstone South, also called the Slums, Bowerstone North, the more affluent and private sector, and Bowerstone Quay, the town's harbour. Within Bowerstone North, Magdalena ruled and kept her control over Bowerstone using her children's hereditary powers that they had gained from their father, the once celebrated hero, Nostro. As the town grew under its leader, it had its own problems just like any other. With the land still full of thugs, bandits and gangs, guards had to protect it. One significant event recorded states that an evil wizard came to Bowerstone and attempted to destroy the city by forming an enormous portal to engulf it. Luckily, a powerful guild mage, Solcius, came to the city and stopped him. It is also rumoured that this event resulted in the creation of Avos Tyr after a standard guard sword was used as a focal point for the spell to close the vortex. Over the years of growth and new rulers, the Age of Heroes was in its prime. At this point, Lady Elvira Grey, a direct descendant of Magdalena, had become the ruler of Bowerstone with the aid of Jack of Blades after murdering her own sister. Surrounded by an extensive wall, the town became known as one of the safer regions in Albion. Guards patrolled the streets and any who entered were forced to forfeit their weaponry until leaving again. With only 2 entrances, one from the region of Lookout Point and the other from Bowerstone Jail, connected to the rest of Albion by a small bridge, Bowerstone was a safe place to be. As one of the larger settlements in Albion, Bowerstone became a major part in the continent's economic system. From its harbour in the quay, Bowerstone traded goods with the village of Oakvale in the south, and with Orchard Farm, a local farm near Greatwood. These trade relationships would allow Bowerstone to build a reputation in the years to come. In addition to the town's successful economy, within the southern quarter, a clothing and armour store, tavern, weaponsmith and barber all helped bring new people into the town to spend their gold, while also giving the current members of the town a job. Although Bowerstone South helped towards the wealth of the town, the people here were still regarded as the lower class and could only visit the northern quarter if invited by a member that lived there. Although the school in the southern quarter was vital in educating the children of the town, the mayor, Lady Grey, sold half of the school's library to commission a home for herself in the northern quarter, which she named Bowerstone Manor. Within the northern quarter, the rich reside. Although having only one store, the most noticeable feature of this quarter is the expensive manor and residence of Lady Grey. Near the northern gate, a holding cell keeps those waiting to be judged for their crimes. After the death of Jack of Blades, the villagers realised that they did not need heroes anymore, and after the heroes became rude and arrogant, some heroes were attacked in the city. This attack turned into a war that resulted in the Heroes Guild burning down, and the remaining being hunted down, ending the Age of Heroes. Able to defend themselves, the villagers were given permission to wield weapons in the region. Shortly after this, the mayor was accused of being a witch, and so witch hunters came to her manor, killed her, and burned her manor to the ground. With her death, her supporters created a tomb on the land. Within the following 500 years, the quarters moved and expanded to accommodate the new residents. With this growth, the town became a city. From the ashes of the manor, a well-renowned alchemist came to Bowerstone and built a castle in the place that the manor had stood. Through its construction, he lived in it, working on new potions to sell, until one day he mysteriously disappeared. With the alchemist's disappearance, ownership of the castle fell to someone only known as the Count. During the Count's residence in the castle, many who visited simply disappeared. Some believed the Count to have been performing unholy rituals inside of the castle. After the Count vacated the castle, the Fairfax family purchased and moved into the castle, where the husband, Lucien, became the mayor of Bowerstone. Believed to have once been the Bowerstone Quay region, Bowerstone Market was formed, the central hub of the city, full of stores, entertainment, distribution and travel. At the main gate, The coach house offered its service to transport clients around Albion to known settlements. On Bower Bridge, entrepreneurs set up market stalls attempting to gain the business of those entering the city. As the market district of the city, many stores and market stalls were constructed around a central clock tower to encourage passerbys to purchase something new. Furniture stores, potion sellers, and the Cow and Corset Inn were only a few of the places someone could visit. Within the town square, a resident could easily purchase a book from the Fiction Burns bookstore and then read it in the Cow and Corset Inn. The town had become a place where you could find almost anything that you desired. Beneath Bower Bridge in the docks, cargo is transported to and from the region's part of a trade agreement with the city. Directly underneath the bridge, hidden under the river, is a secret trove. Although unknown who created Gargoyle Trove, it is a magical experience for any that are lucky enough to discover it. Hello heroes, thank you for watching the lore behind Bowerstone Part 1. I'd just like to thank my gold tier patrons, Jonas, Scrushroom, Shoe Palpatine, 0xp Podcast, The Arbiter and Lewis. As always, like, share and subscribe. Hey guys, Scarron here. Before we begin, the lore behind Bowerstone. Over the next 50 years, Bowerstone unites the towns and settlements of the continent under a monarchy. Here, Bowerstone became the capital city of Albion, with the hero as its ruler. As the state of Albion had changed, so did its security. A royal army is formed and replaces the common guard. This royal army was then sent to the towns under the monarchy, including Brightwall and the neighbouring region of lvls. To deal with the more dangerous criminals of Bowerstone, Ravenscar Keep was built on a secluded island to house them. The Fairfax Gardens region and castle were renamed to Bowerstone Castle, following the negative connotations that came with the Fairfax name. The castle structure is significantly changed to be more suitable for a monarchy, with the essentials such as a throne room, a war room, and a treasury. After the death of the hero ruler, their son, Logan, takes up the throne. Over these years, technology advances and the age of industry begins. Ernest Faraday creates many improvements to Albion, most notably the Mist Peak monorail and mechanical devices that improve efficiency in the city. Aside from the additional housing to accommodate a population boom, Bowerstone Market remains fairly similar and continues to be a central hub for commerce in the city, while the other quarters drastically change. The Bowerstone Old Town District was transformed into a district solely focused on industry, and so Bowerstone Industrial was formed. Here, contraptions are created to take care of all of the manual labour that the citizens once had to do, while factories fill the streets along the canal, the most noticeable being Faraday Industries, which later became Reaver Industries, after Ernest Faraday refused to build King Logan an army of robots, and so he was imprisoned. In this district, poverty is rife as the homeless population staggers due to the taxes enforced by the king. The workers are paid an excessively low amount, while orphan children and the youngest of families of low nobility are forced to work in the factories. Pollution fills the air, while the sewers and cesspools begin to harbour creatures below. The docks here allow goods to be sent and received from the other regions that had accepted to be a part of the kingdom, in a more convenient manner than the limited capabilities of previously working underneath Bower Bridge. During Lucian's madness 50 years previously, an eccentric man, Montague Humes, believed that the spire would destroy Albion's surface, and so he convinced and led some citizens underground and created a town, Understone. And for the 50 years that they lived underground, the dwellers believed the surface above to have been destroyed. With the growth of the city, the Bowerstone Old Quarter District was created. Although named similar to Bowerstone Old Town, the Old Quarter is also considered a poorer district of the city, only not as poor as Industrial. Here, additional housing is available to the citizens of the city, while stalls and other services are available. The region's most appealing location is a beach that has a view of Bowerstone Industrial. Over the years of King Logan on the throne, he became more tyrannical in his rule. One of the army generals that had served his parents, General Solomon Turner, attempted a coup against Logan, believing the monarchy to be an evil system. He believed that the people of Albion should form a new government run by the people instead of a king or queen that could be supervised by the army instead. For his plan to succeed, he plotted for Logan to be assassinated and the castle burned to the ground. Luckily, his plan was discovered and he was sent to Ravenscar Keep. With Logan's actions becoming worse over the years, he started executing those that went against his word. And so, a resistance begins against him with their main headquarters in the sewers of Bowstone Industrial. After the recruitment of the king's younger sibling, and with the help of the other regions of the monarchy, a successful rebellion removes Logan from the throne and puts the young hero in his place. From this moment, the hero ruler leads Bowstone against the darkness, where it is successfully defeated. From Ravenscar Keep, Commander Milton adopts the ideals once held by a now deceased General Solomon Turner and sends an assassin to the castle to take out the new ruler, hoping to abolish the monarchy. His plan fails as the ruler kills the assassin and later discovers Milton's plot, stopping him too. As the years commenced, it is thought that the city of Bowstone continued to expand and bring in a larger population after the Age of Industry, but no one can be truly sure with the unpredictable evil that still lives in the world. Once a small village consisting of 3 quarters, the city of Bowstone has grown and become the largest city in Albion, where people all over the land can come to visit and know its name. And so I ask Hero, if you could have lived in Bowstone, which era would you have chosen? The Age of Heroes, the Age of Enlightenment, or the Age of Industry? Hello heroes, thank you for watching the lore behind Bowstone Part 2. I'd just like to thank my gold tier patrons, Jonas, Scrushroom, Sheev Palpatine, 0xp Podcast, The Arbiter and Lewis. As always, like, share and subscribe if you found this interesting. Join our Discord. Now, enjoy your day. Bye.
Need a place to play D&D online for free? We've got that! Easily plan your next session from anywhere with Roll20, a free virtual tabletop where you can simply drag, drop, and roll your way to glory. So what are you waiting for? Head over to roll20.net, create a free account, and start your...
Throughout Albion's eventful history, many rulers have come and gone. Some rulers have been loved and some have been hated. One of the most memorable ruled during the Age of Industry. Who is this, you ask? Here we explore in the lore behind Logan. As the eldest son of the hero of Bower Lake and the ruler of Albion, Logan had to grow up quickly after his parents died, leaving him the whole kingdom to rule. Luckily for Logan, he was able to appoint Sir Walter Beck as his royal advisor, a man that had served his parents through their reign of Albion. As Albion grew, so did Logan, and he ruled the kingdom well. Bowstone expanded and the Industrial Revolution brought in an economic boom. Ernest Faraday masterminded many industrial advancements which allowed the conception of the Mist Peak monorail and automated systems to increase productivity in the kingdom. Although learning, Walter's advice allowed Logan to improve his rule and help Albion, one of which noted was the extermination of the troll species after Logan commissioned a set of hammers, the Troll Blight, to kill the trolls that had caused the deaths of countless travellers on the road. On an expedition to the southern continent of Aurora, Logan passed by the Shadelight Dungeon, a dark place where something evil had been locked away aeons before. Inside, Logan and his men came across the crawler. As Logan's men died one by one, he barely managed to escape with his life with the help of Kaelin, the ruler of the Aurorans. Logan learned of the crawler and how it had wiped out a substantial population of Aurora until merely one city stood. Grateful for Kaelin's help, Logan promised to return and help Aurora fight off the darkness. Returning to Albion, Logan was visited by a blind seer, Teresa. She told him that in just 5 years, the darkness would come to Albion and end all life without mercy. With fear for the kingdom, Logan attempted to tell his closest associates of what was to come, but they believed him simply to be suffering from the trauma that he had experienced in Aurora. In response to their reaction, he decided to keep this information to himself and beat the threat his way. Although he had promised Kaelin that he would protect her people, He believed that his kingdom should come first, and so, over the years, Logan did everything in his power to form an army and create defences to protect Albion from the oncoming threat. He needed gold, a lot of it, and so he put things in place to achieve this. Logan increased taxes, forced long working hours, and shut down education so that more people would be working in the factories. Through his method, he became hated across Albion by his subjects. He asked Ernest Faraday to create a robot army, in which Faraday refused, so he had him imprisoned in Ravenscar Keep and handed Bowerstone Industrial over to Reaver. Although Reaver was known for his less than human qualities, Logan believed that Reaver would lead Bowerstone Industrial and bring in revenue to fund Albion's defence. With Reaver in charge, he introduced slavery, child labour, and reduced wages by 100%. Outside of Bowerstone's walls, Logan sent soldiers that he believed not to be loyal to dangerous regions that were almost certain to result in their demise, while he kept his most loyal and strong soldiers to protect the kingdom. Logan had angered his subjects, and those that opposed him were killed. His desperation to save Albion had turned him into a tyrant, but he believed this to be better than the death of the kingdom. As the people began to turn against him, one action invoked the event that would lead to his downfall. After having a factory worker executed, an angry mob formed outside of his castle, campaigning against his rule. This mob caught the attention of Walter and Logan's younger sibling. Together, they entered the throne room after learning that Logan intended to have the mob killed. In retaliation to Walter and his siblings' insubordination, Logan ordered his sibling to choose between the lives of the mob or his childhood friend. This action on Logan's part pushing his sibling to understand that he has had to make difficult choices as a ruler, while the sibling viewed this as an unnecessary death. After this, Walter and the sibling leave the castle at night and join a revolution to overthrow the king and end the suffering, unaware that Logan was doing this for the survival of Albion. As the revolution grew, Logan continued to execute those that stood against him, hoping to keep the people working for the kingdom's survival, although his actions simply pushed more people to join the revolution. In addition to this, the young sibling had awakened heroic powers inherited by their parents, which had seemingly skipped Logan entirely. After a war, the hero leads their army to the throne room and removes Logan from power. Here, he is put on trial by those he had once ruled over. He explains that he had acted in Albion's best interest, and now he was glad to be away from the throne and the pressure to save Albion. It is not documented whether the new hero ruler chose to spare Logan or sentence him to death, but although Logan had acted in a tyrannical way, his intentions were always to save Albion, even if it meant burning it to the ground before the crawler could take it. Although Logan had been unable to put together a plan to save Albion, the new hero ruler fought against the darkness, but at a great cost. Simply a young man thrust into a position of power after his parents' death, Logan truly did everything that he could to save a kingdom that did not understand his methods. I ask Hero, was Logan a true villain or simply a desperate man trying to save his kingdom? The theory. Was Logan a hero? Here, we'll be trying out something new where I'll take a theory about the Fable universe and try to attempt to make some sense of it using facts and lore from Albion. If you have any theories for future videos, let me know. Is Logan a hero? So in the lore section, we covered Logan's origin and how he became the tyrant he was. In the Teresa video, I covered how Teresa had essentially manipulated the events of Fable 3 to get a hero on the throne so that Albion would have its best chance against the darkness. But what if Logan was A hero, and Teresa was unaware of it? Or B, Teresa was aware that he was a hero, but she did not think he would be powerful enough to lead Albion against the threat and fight the darkness. In her plan, she let him go to Aurora, essentially sacrificing his sanity and possibly even his life further down the line. To look at why he could potentially be a hero, first we're going to look at how the heroes were defined in previous games in terms of siblings. In Fable, both the hero of Oakvale and Teresa were blessed with powerful abilities. In Fable 2, the hero of Bowerstone was blessed, but we were never told if Rose was. She did survive her first gunshot wound from Lucian, but was later finished off with a second one after her sibling fell out of the window. Surviving one gunshot wound, could that mean she had hero potential? It could be a possibility. For this theory, let's say yes. With this logic, if both of the generations that we have played as previously have shown siblings with potential for heroic ability, this points to the fact that Logan also had that potential. With this basis, let's move on to the second point. In Fable, the heroic abilities came as the hero grew. In Fable 2, the hero of Bower Lake entered the Chamber of Fate to activate their seemingly dormant powers of will, although before this, they had survived a fall that would kill a standard person. And so I believe this activation only amplified their abilities to a true hero. With this in mind, in Fable 3, the hero of Brightwall activates their abilities after touching the guild seal. Although Logan never had the chance to do this himself, he did survive an attack from the crawler after it had killed all of his men. He was either extremely lucky to survive this encounter, or he had to have some sort of ability to fight extremely well or take a lot of damage before he was saved by Kaelin. Come on, the crawler and its children wiped out a huge chunk of the Auroran population, and when Walter encountered it, an extremely skilled fighter, he is instantly weakened and eventually taken over, while Logan simply escapes. It suggests to me that Logan had these dormant heroic powers that had not yet been activated, and so, who knows what would have happened if he would have been the touch that guild seal. Logan is a part of the heroic bloodline, and Logan seems to be the only person in our Fable games that has missed out on these heroic abilities. Scarlet gave them to Teresa and her son. William Black, the first hero, gave them to his children, bringing all heroes into the world. I believe he had these powers, but they simply lay dormant. This also works with the fact that as the bloodline became weaker and weaker, the heroes became dependent on technology and significant artifacts to enhance their powers. The gauntlets are a perfect example of this. The guild seal may have been a powerful talisman that simply powered these abilities up. My third and final point. Teresa claims that if Albion were to survive the attack from the darkness, a hero would need to be on the throne instead of Logan. Although this indicates that Logan may have missed out on the heroic gene. Teresa has been known to manipulate those around her to get what she wants. She needed Hammer in Fable 2 to take part in the ritual to summon the ancient weapon, but Hammer was a pacifist monk until someone she cared about was conveniently murdered, resulting in her breaking her pacifist ways and killing the murderer. When Teresa spoke to the hero of Brightwall just before they began the revolution, she used a vision as evidence that Logan needed to be stopped, although she missed out a key detail from the vision. The vision showed Logan talking about how he'd burn Albion to the ground before giving it away. Teresa suggested Logan was talking about those that stood against him, when in reality, he spoke of the evil that was on its way to Albion. I believe that she simply believed Logan to be a weaker hero than his younger sibling, and chose to manipulate the events to have a stronger hero on the throne. Was Logan a hero? I believe he could quite have possibly been one, but he unfortunately never unlocked his true potential. He grew up extremely quickly after his parents died and had to focus on leading a kingdom instead of learning about himself. Although Walter aided Logan's duties as a king, he could have missed Logan's heroic potential while helping to look after the younger sibling. For me, it changes the way I view Fable 3, and it makes it quite a sad tale. The events could have played out so differently if Logan was aware of his potential, but various factors intervened. Teresa's plan, his parents' death, and the younger hero who had more time to show their potential. What do you think of this theory? Do you have anything to add to it? These are just facts that I've come across through my research of the Fable universe, and I may have missed tiny details. In the future, I'll happily explore more theories, and if you have any for future videos, I'll absolutely see if I can take a look at them. Now hero, enjoy your day. Bye.